AMLI.
SOBR. Big spread.
AAPL.
SOBR. SOBR. Big spread. Wint. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. Watch the spread. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. 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 Big spread. SOBR. SOBR. HTOO. PEGY. JDZG.
Sophie.
TNON. TNON.
STLA.
PEGY. PEGY.
SOBR.
SOBR. JDZG. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR.
GWAV.
Big spread. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. Knock.
GWAV.
JDZG.
Coming up, earnings from PG, Procter & Gamble. Expecting $1.90 adjusted. NVO, Novartis, receives positive CHMP
AGPS.
opinion for Kisqali to help reduce risk of recurrence in people with HR plus, HER2 minus early breast cancer. November, Victor Oscar.
HEPS. HEPS.
That's Novo Nordisk.
HEPS.
That's correction. That's Novartis.
PEGY.
NVS, Novartis, NVS.
JDZG. 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 TNON. TNON. PEGY. 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 TNON.
Sophie.
SOBR. Big spread. SOBR. SOBR.
PEGY.
PEGY.
BTBT.
JDZG. PEGY. PEGY. JDZG. PEGY. 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 PEGY.
PEGY.
PEGY. PEGY. PEGY.
Sophie.
PEGY. 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 PEGY, 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 PEGY,
SLB, Schlumberger, reported 89 cents. The estimate was 88 cents, so that's a penny beat for Sandy Lima Bravo.
UPXI,
Coming up, Procter & Gamble expecting $1.90.
BTBT,
HEPS,
PG,
BTDR,
MGRX,
coming up at 7, American Express, AXP expecting $3.28.
UPXI,
AXL,
JDZG, JDZG, PEGY, JDZG, PEGY, JDZG, 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 JDZG,
PG reporting $1.61.
JDZG,
$1.93 adjusted. That's a beat for Procter & Gamble.
JDZG,
Sales of $21.7 billion.
JDZG.
That's short of the $21.9 billion estimate.
JDZG,
Sees full year sales growth of 2 to 4%.
JDZG, JDZG,
That's PG. Procter & Gamble.
JDZG,
Procter & Gamble shares, though, pulling back here now, 167.40. Company maintaining its fiscal year sales, earnings growth, and cash return guidance.
PEGY, PEGY, YINN, TNON, YINN, YINN, TCOM, YINN, JDZG, TCOM. JDZG. TCOM. JDZG. IQ.
JD,
JDZG. 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 JDZG.
TWG, 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 BBLG, TWG, TWG,
SOBR. Watch the spread. TWG.
TWG,
TWG. HEPS. JDZG.
TWG,
HEPS. JDZG. TWG. HEPS. HEPS. HEPS.
GTE,
American
ADHL.
Express is out reporting $3.49. The estimate
TVGN.
$3.28. Alpha X-ray Papa
TVGN. TVGN.
raises its full year 2024 earnings guidance.
STEC. SOBR. Big spread.
Sees full year earnings of $13.75 to $14.05. American Express reporting Q3 revenue of $16.6
SOBR.
billion versus
Watch
the
the spread.
$16.66 billion
UXIN.
estimate. That's Alpha X-ray Papa, AXP. Shares of American Express hitting $293 at the high,
SOBR.
up more than
Watch the spread.
$7.
SOBR. Watch the spread.
That's Alpha X-ray Papa.
NVNO,
TVGN.
VERI, Veritone enhances Veritone Track to add AI-powered vehicle tracking. That's Victor Echo Romeo India. LASE, Laser Photonics, has completed a dual
HEPS.
follow-on sale to Acuren.
SOBR. Big spread.
That's Lima Alpha Sandy
JDZG.
Echo.
JDZG. VTAK.
LASE. VTAK. Catheter Precision moving again this morning, 72 cents. That's Victor Tech.
If you want to get your name, phone number, and address off the internet, but want to handle the removals yourself,
Tango Alpha Kilo. Deep, Bright Minds, seeing some activity now.
PEGY. Drug. Big spread. PEGY. PEGY. Drug. Big spread. PEGY. 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 PEGY.
PEGY.
PEGY.
End.
MGRX. PEGY. Lee. NIO. XPEV. Lee.
UAL.
MGRX.
NVNO.
JDZG. JDZG. JDZG.
PEGY.
Drug. JDZG. PEGY. 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 Drug. Big spread. STAF. MGRX, SOBR,
NVDD, PEGY,
PEGY, PEGY,
PEGY, Pineapple Energy, getting a pop here, continuing to move higher. Pre-market $10.15. Papa Echo Golf Yankee.
PEGY, 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 STAF, JDZG, JDZG, PEGY,
F,
HEPS, 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 PEGY, 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 drug, big spread, STAF, drug, big spread, drug, 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 HEPS, JDZG, HEPS, JDZG, JDZG,
DRCT,
JDZG, SOBR,
AAPL, 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 AAPL,
PEGY. PEGY.
AAPL.
JDZG. PEGY. PEGY.
ATNF. 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 ATNF.
ATNF. Big spread.
AAPL. ATNF. ATNF.
ATNF,
ATNF.
180 Life Sciences spiking here. Alpha Tango November Foxtrot,
AAPL.
ATNF. Shares hitting $5.81 at the high.
HEPS. HEPS.
AAPL. AAPL.
HEPS.
Drug.
Drug. PEGY. PEGY.
AMTX.
TNON. HEPS.
ATNF.
HEPS. 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 Drug. HEPS. Drug. Watch the spread. ATNF. 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 JDZG.
TSM.
AXP American Express shares reversing after moving higher initially. Now $281, down $4.78 at the lows. That's AXP American
JDZG.
Express.
JDZG.
Shares of Visa and MasterCard also lower on very light volume.
JDZG. HEPS. JDZG. HEPS. JDZG. PEGY.
Drug.
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 Big spread.
Drug. Drug.
Drug.
Drug.
PEGY.
DRUG, Bright Minds, more highs now.
PEGY.
Pre-market highs. Delta Romeo Uniform Golf.
Drug.
Drug.
Drug. Big spread. PEGY.
Drug.
Drug. Big spread. PEGY. Knock. PEGY. Big spread. TNON. PEGY. AKAN. PEGY. Drug. PEGY. Drug. Drug.
AS American
Big spread.
Sports says actively
Wind.
evaluating our options. Acknowledges ruling issued by Oslo District Court, which prohibits company and companies' brands from selling some products in the Norwegian market. That's Alpha Sandy.
Drug.
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 Big spread.
Drug. Drug. Drug.
Drug.
Drug. Drug. Drug. Drug. Drug.
Drug.
Drug.
Watch the spread. Wind.
DRUG, Bright Minds, continuing now. Another pop here, DRUG.
Wind.
AAPU.
Drug. Big spread.
PWM. CTCX. AAPU.
AKAN. Drug. AKAN. Drug. Drug. Big spread. PEGY. STAF. AKAN. Drug.
Drug.
Big spread.
Drug.
BBLG.
drug, drug,
drug,
drug,
SOBR,
DRUG,
big spread,
$28 now. Delta Romeo
Drug.
Uniform Golf.
drug, AAPL, drug,
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 big spread,
Tracking here now, $30.
drug,
AAPL,
big spread,
AAPL, drug, drug,
drug,
drug,
31.
AAPL, drug,
drug,
AAPL, drug, drug,
drug, big spread,
drug, drug,
drug, drug, drug, ATNF, ATNF,
AAPL, AAPU,
ATNF,
TQQQ, AAPL, TQQQ,
ALLY, Ally Financial, out with their results.
PWM.
Alpha Lima Lima Yankee.
QQQ,
Ally,
CTCX,
waiting for those numbers.
AAPU,
ATNF,
UAL, QQQ,
Ally Financial reporting
QQQ.
adjusted earnings of 95 cents.
QQQ,
The estimate was
HEPS.
53 cents.
TQQQ,
2.1 billion in revenue. The estimate was 2.03 billion, so that's a beat for
NIO.
Alpha Lima Lima Yankee. Ally
AAPL,
Financial.
JDZG,
Shares of Ally Financial pulling back here, down about 9 cents. That's ALLY. Shares of
Wint,
Bright Minds, DRUG, pulled back about $5 from the high. That's Delta Romeo Uniform
JDZG.
Golf.
drug. Watch the spread. Drug. SOBR.
wind, wind, wind,
Wint. PEGY. 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 Wint. PEGY.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time?
QQQ.
NFLX. Big spread. NFLX. Big spread. JDZG. HEPS.
All right, guys.
Wint.
So, okay, dude, freaking
NFLX. Big
okay.
spread.
Dude,
Drug.
AI gets this so
Watch the
wrong,
spread.
bro. Like so wrong. So this is what AI. So I said, hey AI, give me my walkthrough and stream breakdown for today, October 18th, 2024. This is the first thing. This is the first thing
TNON.
AI tells me. AI tells me
JDZG.
this, and I'm gonna preface this with like, look, this is completely wrong. This is just not accurate.
Drug.
This didn't happen.
Watch the
All right.
spread.
It says number one, Tesla earnings miss. Tesla reported earnings last night falling short of expectations. Weaker than expected demand and narrowing
JDZG.
profit margins, particularly on the Model 3, led to a stock drop in pre-market. Discuss how Tesla's earnings are affecting broader sentiment in tech. It's like, bro, Tesla earnings did not come out yesterday. Not that I'm aware of. Let me make sure. Maybe it did. Nope, it did not. Good job, AI. What the heck are you talking about? Now I gotta yell at this thing.
AEHL,
Earnings.
Antelope Enterprises,
PEGY.
announcing
Come out
first
yesterday.
phase of planned energy
ATNF.
production
Why are
sold
you
out.
saying this?
PEGY.
That's AEHL,
PEGY.
Alpha Echo Hotel Lima.
You're right. Tesla earnings were not reported yesterday. Let me correct
PEGY.
that and adjust your breakdown. See, now I'm kind of skeptical of everything. All right, so it's saying Microsoft's seeing some gains this morning. It should be talking about, and Microsoft's not really up either.
PEGY.
Weird. Bank of America releases quarter 3 stronger than
PEGY.
expected.
PEGY.
Jobless
PEGY.
claims. Yeah, so this thing's just all wrong. It's telling me jobless claims are coming out today.
Knock.
VZ and USM, US Cellular, deal with Verizon to sell 663.
Showed up as.
XPEV.
Yeah, it says jobless claims
TVGN.
data coming out today. It says Tesla earnings missed, falling short of expectation. Model 3 led to
Wint.
stock drop profits. Or Model 3 margin problems led to stock dropping.
VTAK.
Yeah. Gold is up today. Gold just broke lifetime highs, I think, right? Is this right?
TNON.
Yeah,
PEGY.
gold broke lifetime highs this morning, chat. Look at gold.
QQQ.
today.
PEGY.
Gold up there,
VTAK.
doing things.
PEGY. Drug. Big spread.
SOXX.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
TQQQ.
market action yesterday. It was a little volatile
TQQQ.
for sure. It was choppy mostly, but the VWAP held.
HEPS.
200 EMA held really well.
HEPS.
Gold has been on a tear,
HEPS.
for sure. I'm trying to make sure we don't have anything else today. I'm pretty sure we don't. I know we have building permits, housing start data coming out in about an hour.
Drug. Watch the spread. Drug.
We got some FOMC
Watch the spread.
PRGO.
Specifically, maybe I should cover that. I'm not going to cover the actual speech.
PRGO.
Drug.
But we got Bostic
Big
speaking
spread.
at 9:30. Kashkari speaking at 10. I'm just hoping we get, like, it's been a slow week for economic reports, and that's the nature of the game. Like, my channel does really, really well because we, like, there's usually some
PRGO.
type of
AKAN.
economic data coming out that we can cover, and people have kind of known me for that, and so people tune in, and we get thousands of people that tune in for those big economic reports. But I guess part of the downside is when nothing's going on, like this
Drug.
week, and really
Big
a lot
spread.
of next week, that we're just kind of boring. I should try to go on vacation now, but got some bond auctions coming out.
AKAN. AKAN. VTAK. PEGY.
Slow time, man. Durable good orders Friday. We got a little bit of stuff Friday, but still nothing big. How's it going, mate? It's going good, man.
SOBR.
Maybe it's telling you the future.
Watch the spread.
Yeah, I don't freaking know. I bought 140 shares of Netflix before the close yesterday. Life
PEGY.
is good. Nice. Dragos. Congrats, man.
PEGY.
That's great. That's great. 140 shares.
SOBR.
It's a good size position
Big
for
spread.
Netflix for sure.
PEGY.
Good job, dude. Market rally, please.
PEGY.
I hope so, dude. We'll see.
PEGY. PEGY.
Y'all make some money. Yeah, we'll see, dude. Apple iPhone 16 is selling 20% faster in China than its predecessors. So that's good. We're looking at that news.
PEGY. 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 Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. STEC.
SOXX.
Alright, guys.
PEGY.
We're getting SPY up to 584s. Lifetime high on the SPY is just $2.
VTAK.
above. So the SPY has really got a decent chance
Stack.
of like getting over these lifetime highs.
PEGY.
Today again. Here's the previous one right here. And then here's where we are now.
JDZG.
So it's got a shot. It definitely could break these levels. We'll see if it does. I gotta figure out a better place. I might stick myself on the top here. This is probably a little bit better. That way y'all can actually like see everything. Where's Bitcoin at? I haven't looked at it in a couple days, really. Yeah, Bitcoin up to almost 68K. Looks good. Looks good. We'll see if it continues. The building permit data is probably not going to move stuff. We're just going to cover it because it's interesting. It gauges real estate, and I think real estate is an interesting thing to look at right now because of essentially like the rate cuts have been influencing everything, and so I think it's important to watch the building permit and data because it'll just give us some type of information on the real estate sector.
VTAK.
I think that's important to look at right now with rate cuts looming and all that stuff going on. Honestly, personally, guys, I'm just ready for this election.
QQQ.
VTAK.
You know?
HEPS. JDZG.
SXTC.
VTAK. AMD.
All right, chat.
PRGO.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these.
JDZG.
AAPU. SOXX.
Extreme One Game. Power up for every.
Updates. DC CVS. Yeah,
VTAK.
CVS swapped out their CEO, so CVS
Drug.
let go of their current CEO and
Big
opted
spread.
to hire a different CEO.
VTAK.
That's been with the company a little bit for a while. I mean, so that's why CVS is
Drug.
down.
VTAK.
Big spread.
Instability.
VTAK.
Swapping out their CEO is basically what this is.
VTAK,
VTAK. Drug.
VTAK,
Big
VTAK,
spread.
VTAK,
cent profit versus 55
VTAK,
expected.
VTAK,
26 versus
TCX,
0.03 expected. Here is
Drug.
Allies data.
Big spread. VTAK. JDZG.
AAPU,
JDZG.
Oh,
VTAK.
having the first,
VTAK,
the first
VTAK,
female American president affect financial markets. I think the biggest, so right now, you know, and this is just a generalization of everything, right? The right has been historically more known for being pro-business, less taxes. The left has been a little bit more social causes, and in
CTCX,
turn higher taxes, right? Like that's usually like the ideology
VTAK,
of each side.
VTAK, VTAK,
And so,
VTAK.
you know, I don't know how things are going to affect the markets in terms of the election. I really don't. But I would assume if it
AAPL.
follows that theme, and again, I'm not saying I want or don't want either one of those. You know, I'm
CTCX,
very neutral. I really am. I dislike all of it. I'm
CTCX,
just ready for it to end, regardless of who wins. I'm just ready
VTAK,
for the
VTAK, VTAK,
But I would assume
VTAK,
if the person on the left gets
VTAK,
elected,
VTAK,
you know, we might have a little bit
VTAK,
more fear
VTAK,
regarding business,
VTAK, VTAK,
versus you know,
VTAK.
but again, at the same time, you could also look at it as instability. Or there's a lot of ways you could look at it. What do you guys think? How do you guys think the market will respond?
serve,
There.
serve,
Again, Nvidia up to 1.
VTAK,
VTAK.
VTAK,
Nvidia
VTAK.
popped over. We're sitting just under lifetime high levels. All right. Yeah, so again, there's the lifetime highs on a lot of this stuff. I'm going to put up 3 charts just so we can have 3 different charts we can look at. We'll put up Tesla here.
UEC,
Tesla all the way down to 220s after the robo-taxi event.
PEGY.
CTCX, CTCX,
Apple. Yeah, Apple's been going crazy.
HEPS.
CTC.
Apple up to
CTCX.
237s here. What's the all-time
Big
high
spread.
for Apple?
AKAN.
37.50. So
CTCX.
Apple's sitting close to all-time highs as well. Look at Apple.
Drug.
UEC,
Big spread.
CTCX,
Look at Apple. Here's Tesla. Here's the SPY.
Drug. Watch the
We
spread.
got a range here. We do have a range. I'll put a timer up so we can get the timer going on with the. Although again,
Drug.
just to
Watch
be
the
fair,
spread.
I do not think this
VTAK.
economic data is going to be an influence over markets much at all. This data
PEGY.
drops in 46
Drug.
and a half minutes. We'll call it 46.
serve, CTCX,
AKAN.
So,
PEGY.
again, I don't think it's going to be a big influence over markets at all.
Drug. Big
Here's the
spread.
Bitcoin downward
U.S.
trend,
listed
BTON.
Chinese
2.5
stocks are higher
rally. Let's take a
pre-market
look. So here's
after
Bitcoin.
Chinese September
Drug.
retail sales
Here's
and
the
industrial
long-term trend.
production
PEGY.
data
It has
beat
broken the
estimates,
upside. This might be a
that
major
shows of
move, although at
Alibaba
the same
of
time, like, it's
2.79%,
still kind of within that trend because of
ticker
this here,
BABA.
right? Like this does follow that trend, you know. And so the question is, does it hold? Like you could, in theory, still draw the same trend here, right?
JDZG.
Right. You could have that, something like that. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen,
CTCX,
but you could have something like that. Tesla should be sub 200. That even was. Did you catch Drew Brees got on her last night? Yeah, for sure. The Saints are just so hard to watch right now, though, Faye. The Saints are terrible, man. They're just terrible. I know they have Spencer Rattler on the team now, and I was optimistic. He looked okay in the first half of the last game they played on Sunday or Monday or Sunday. So he looked all right then, but man, he is just not good now. I guess they figured him out.
CTCX, CTCX, CTCX,
Serve. VTAK.
Yeah, the Saints, man, they're just
CTCX.
not looking good. They're the Aints now. I
CTCX.
can't watch it. It's so hard to watch. You know, Derek Carr got hurt, and then
BLDP.
Spencer Rattler did okay.
SLRX.
They're just so hard to watch. Man.
CTCX,
SLRX,
CTCX, CTCX,
SLRX, drug,
CTCX, CTCX, AAPU,
Yeah, they're just not good. And it's so disappointing, too, because the Saints looked great to start the
VTAK.
year. They were 2-0. They
CTCX,
did great to start the year, and then just game after game now has been horrible. How's baseball going, man? I haven't been paying attention. It's been busy.
SLRX,
Let's see, we got the Yankees. Number 2 is the Orioles.
SLRX,
Guardians at the top. Do they still have, what's his face? Ramirez? Jose Ramirez? Did they still have him? Astros at the top. We came back, man.
VTAK,
Serve,
Brewers, Dodgers.
VTAK,
If Shohei Ohtani can do his
VTAK.
thing, we'll see if he can help him win. Phillies at the top, Brewers, Dodgers.
VTAK,
Yeah, so Yankees, Guardians, Astros.
VTAK,
The Mariners are right behind us with J-Rod. Kamara is playing with an injury with zero help. They didn't protect Rattler. Yeah, for sure. And Rattler seemed good. He's just... What do you think about my idea as a generation? I think we should start picking... No. I'm not even going to mention that.
VTAK, 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 VTAK,
VTAK,
VTAK, VTAK,
VTAK, VTAK,
VTAK,
Baseball and playoffs. I haven't even been watching it, man.
INTC.
Are the Astros out?
NUKK, Zim, NUKK, Zone,
Oh, they've been eliminated. Boo. I'm not even watching. I haven't been watching baseball at all this year. So who's in the finals? Yeah, it's my left eye.
NUKK,
Yanks, Guardians, Dodgers, and
NUKK.
Mets. Well, I'm going with the Dodgers, and I want to see Shohei get his ring.
VTAK,
NUKK, 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 NUKK,
VTAK,
NUKK, NUKK,
VTAK,
NUKK, 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 NUKK,
VTAK,
VTAK, VTAK, VTAK,
VTAK,
Zim,
All right, chat. Futures moving up.
HEPS,
Yeah, I'm looking at NASDAQ here. NASDAQ at 20.5K. So, where's the all-time highs on the NASDAQ? Almost 21K is all-time high. So we're still about $500 away. Is it time to short gold? I don't know.
PEGY,
Serve,
Maybe not short
PEGY.
silver right now.
Drug. Big spread.
QQQ.
PEGY. PEGY. Drug.
236.50s for Apple. Bitcoin
Drug.
Up there, SPY up
Big
there.
spread.
Zen.
We'll start trying to day trade.
PEGY.
I just have I've gotten my butt
Drug.
kicked day trading the last couple days. I really have.
Drug. Big spread.
Zim.
Drug.
Hey, John has a contract with Sony going.
VTAK.
About as good as my Aquafina contract. You know how it goes.
Drug. Big spread.
UEC. BBLG. BBLG. BBLG.
All right. Yeah, so I'm looking at this. We had AI build this for me yesterday. So this is the elections of the
BBLG.
past
Drug.
100 years.
Drug.
In which
Big
the
spread.
market actually had a red year preceding
JDZG.
the election. 32, 1, and this is out of 26, I believe.
BBLG.
2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 26.
JDZG.
So this is over 80% green year. So what this means, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
VTTR.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Now, and I'm counting 28. I don't know if I'm wrong.
HEPS.
Alright, instead of me counting it, AI, you count it. Not really known for good accuracy, but we'll see.
PEGY.
Let's see if it's going to give me a good year. We'll see.
VTAK.
Right, does it take that
BBLG.
long? Let's see. 1, 2, 3,
INTQ.
4, 5,
VTAK.
6. Not. Man,
QQQ.
AI is dumb. The total.
PEGY. PEGY.
TQQQ.
Not the years in which it was red.
QQQ. QQQ.
PEGY. BBLG.
I counted this already. It's 25. It's saying.
PEGY.
Alright, let me count it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
PRGO.
8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
JDZG.
9, 10. That's 3. Or that's 20.
PEGY.
1, 2,
PEGY.
4, 5. Okay, so they must
PEGY.
not have counted 2024. Okay, so yeah, we'll call it 80%. So 80% of the time, from January to
JDZG.
November 5th, leading into the election,
VTAK.
it's green 80% of the time. We have bullish green action 80% of the time leading into that. And that's an
VTAK.
interesting statistic because it kind of shows you that one of the easiest bets is during election years. Unless we have kind of crazy stuff going on, you're going to most of the time be green buying it in
VTAK.
January. Even if you
VTAK.
sell it in November if you're fearful of like the outcome. Who said the market won't fall again?
VTAK.
Oh yeah, John from Beginner Trading.
VTAK.
I buy water
VTAK.
from that guy. Yeah, dude, what a ridiculous. Like, whoever came up with that scam has got to be super dumb. You know? Like anybody with half a brain is going to be like, Aquafina is not reaching out to me. You know? Like, the fact that they assume... well, again, like Aquafina sitting around being like, you know what we need? We need a marketing campaign. Let's call John for Beginner Trading. He's the one that can help us sell water, you know? Like, dude, like, think about the actual percentage of people that would ever buy water from me.
Lee.
Like, I'm selling, hey, guys, buy Aquafina. Like, anybody's going to pay extra weight. You can go to freaking Circle K. You can go to the gas station and pick up the same amount of water. It's just stupid. It's dumb.
JDZG.
It's a terrible idea. But again, they
JDZG.
get people in that they desperately want people to believe
VTAK.
it's real. And that's the
VTAK.
ridiculous part of it, is that it's just not very
VTAK.
realistic. Yeah, for those that might not understand what I'm saying, so
VTAK.
VTAK.
I get these
VTAK.
scammer emails, and they're 100% scammers. Like, they'll be like, yeah, we're Sony, or yeah, we're Aquafina, we want to sponsor you, you know? And what they're doing is
VTAK.
they're just trying to scam you. They're trying to scam me. They're either fishing for data. They might
VTAK.
be,
VTAK.
they might be hoping that I'm dumb enough to fall for it,
VTAK.
and that, like, I don't know what their game plan is
VTAK.
after that. My
VTAK.
guess is they would be like, yeah,
VTAK.
you gotta send us a gift card to sign up or something. I don't know what their game is there, but they're ridiculous. The market's basically going up 0.5% every day. Yeah. There's a lot of fun statistics during election years. My question is, are we humans just looking for patterns and random events?
Drug.
No. I think 80% shows that it's not random. If it was random, 25, you can always have some variance because it's a low sample size. But I do think that 80%. I think it's very common knowledge that most of the time during election years we have green action. Which is why I've been telling everybody, like, you've had so many people tell me the market was going to crash imminently over the last 8 months, 9 months. And one of the biggest reasons I told them it probably wouldn't is because it's an election year. It's very predictable outcome of an election year, which is that we're going to be green. If you look at the SPY, it's not all the time. Nothing's 100%, but most of the time we're going to be green.
SLRX.
Here's 2024. And here's the SPY price action.
SLRX.
Year. Like, this all is basically 2024. So just huge green action this year. And it's not a crazy thing either. It's not a shock that this is the action we get. What moves market more, sentiment or fundamentals? Well, I mean, they're both based off of the same thing. Sentiment is based around fundamentals.
VTAK.
Yeah, it's an election year, and we'll see what happens after.
VTAK. VTAK.
VTAK. VTAK.
VTAK.
VTAK. VTAK.
VTAK.
All right, guys. So yeah, I see this post, and this post is actually
TVGN.
really funny, and it's so true, right? Some people say, quote, there's this quote, "It's crazy that we figured out how to grow real diamonds that are cheaper and better quality than the real thing. And so many people are still like, no thanks, the suffering is what makes it special."
VTAK.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's crazy. Lab-grown diamonds are diamonds. They're actual
VTAK.
diamonds, right? But, like, what's interesting is the price. Let me see if I can find a price graph of lab-grown diamonds. Because prices are just going down and down. And you know why? It's because it's not actually that expensive to grow your own lab-grown diamonds. So you can literally buy the machine and, like, grow your own lab-grown diamonds at home. And because of that, you got a lot of jewelry stores popping up that sell diamonds, right? Number one, everybody and their grandma is
TVGN.
trying to sell these things now. And that is, supply and demand over abundance of supply. The prices are going down, And you can kind of see this
HEPS.
change here. Look, here's 1 carat lab-grown diamond prices over the last year. Oof, man. Like, look at this thing. So here's 1 carat lab-grown diamond sales over the past year. It's a rough graph for lab-grown diamonds, no?
TVGN.
NKGN.
Yeah, y'all be sure to join Beach Bum
NKGN.
stream
PEGY.
on Saturday and Sundays. Hit that subscribe button on his channel, guys. Go check him out.
PEGY.
NKGN.
I love
SLRX.
sentiment, more subjective,
NKGN.
like
JDZG.
gratitude versus fundamental earnings. Well, no, it is. So sentiment just means your opinion, basically.
Wint.
Like how you're feeling about it is what sentiment means. But my point behind it was that how you feel about something, especially in stocks and long-term views, are based off of fundamentals, right? Like if a company has good EPS, good revenue, good earnings, good guidance, right?
JDZG.
Like more people are going to buy it, and the sentiment might be higher for it. Like good news causes positive sentiment, basically. Like good fundamental news, if that makes sense. Yeah, but look at the lab-grown diamonds.
PEGY. Wint. PEGY. PEGY. PEGY.
But yeah, look at these lab-grown diamonds. So here's 1 carat. If you look, I wonder, like, let me see, percentage.
LGCLG.
Let's just look
Drug.
at the actual price. So
Big
yeah,
spread.
1
TNON.
carat lab-grown diamond
HTOO.
in January of this year
FUTU.
was at about $800.
BBL.
1 carat diamond. It's now at $600. Look at
TIGR.
watch prices as well. I like
SLB.
looking at all these independent
Wolf.
markets of stuff, right? Like we look at watch prices.
XPEV.
Rolexes have taken a hit too.
WB.
TNON.
XPEV.
But honestly, we kind of been bouncing back
Xena.
for the last few months. So here is Rolex prices over the last 2 years straight. And this is a little bit
TVGN.
like you got to understand what we're looking at here. So here is Rolex prices over the last 2
JDZG.
years. The reason this is a little bit different is because what we saw prior to this, right? Like prior to this, we saw huge run up to this level here. Right, the reason we saw a huge run up is because the pandemic happened.
VTAK.
Stimulus checks. A lot of people spent them on luxury goods
VTAK.
like Rolexes, and this artificial this
HEPS.
pumped up the price of Rolex short term.
SOBR.
And then eventually,
TVGN.
like, I can show you the actual
PTON.
graph behind it.
TCOM.
SOBR.
Uh,
SLRX.
ITRG.
Valvoline, ticker
TVGN.
BVV, announces its
IRQ
CFO,
I'm gonna
Feast.
put a 5-year
Mary
chart up.
TVGN.
Meitzelsberger, will retire.
Here's a 5-year chart of Rolex prices.
She will
based on-
remain as CEO until a
one thing
successor
you'll
is
see
hired.
TVGN.
ticker
Rolex does
BVV.
perform similar to the S&P 500, at least over the past
PBR.
like 15 years.
HEPS.
Now, it's not
HEPS.
perfectly balanced with it. Like the trends aren't the same. It's not parallel, but yeah, you can kind of see how much stuff is going up
HEPS.
since then.
HEPS.
See if we get some rebounds. Long-term Rolex prices are probably going to go up.
HEPS.
Yeah, all good, Beach Bum.
PSNY.
HEPS.
Well, that's not really a thing. Crash coming. That's not really a thing. I mean,
HEPS.
it's a thing, but it's not big enough of a niche. to
Sierra
really even
Bancorp,
watch.
ticker BSRR,
I doubt
approves a
there's
share
HEPS.
repurchase program of up to 1 million shares. Ticker BSRR.
Yeah, so I'm looking at 1 carat lab-grown diamonds. I want to throw some other stats in here. Let's look at 4 carat.
Drug. Big spread.
STEM.
4 carat lab-grown diamonds have been a little bit more stable. Or actually, no, never mind. They're down 50. They're down almost 50%. Wow, dude.
Drug.
So
Watch
the
the
big
spread.
diamond prices, and this is lab-grown diamonds. Look at this graph. They're
TVGN.
down freaking
Drug.
45%
Big spread.
in a year. 45%
Drug.
decrease in a year. That's crazy.
Big spread.
Yeah,
Drug.
well, diamonds aren't really valuable.
Big spread.
I mean, diamonds are valuable. Let me clarify, but they're not super rare. They're mostly artificially influenced by the diamond market.
Drug. Big
so,
spread.
Like,
AKAN.
I definitely can't tell the difference. The
JDZG.
jeweler can though. The jeweler
TVGN.
can, And I'm not a big diamond guy. Like I finally
AKAN.
bought a Rolex from. I was trying to form a relationship with what's called an AD, an authorized dealer for Rolex, because if you form a relationship with them, and they have like good, like there's some Rolexes that if you buy it brand new directly from
AKAN.
Rolex, you can immediately take it and sell it on the secondary market
AKAN.
for $10,000-$15,000 more than you buy it.
AKAN.
Right. So these relationships with ADs are so valuable to people.
AKAN.
And so, but a lot of the
AKAN.
time, the procedure that they use is they're going to make you buy some crap first
AKAN.
that you don't really need. And so I had one
AKAN.
call me.
AKAN.
And he basically
AKAN.
he was like, hey, I got this date just.
AKAN.
And if it was just an ordinary date just, I'd probably keep
AKAN.
it, right? A brand new date just is
AKAN.
nice, but
AKAN.
I'll show you guys. The
ULS.
AKAN.
AKAN. AKAN.
AKAN.
AKAN.
This is
AKAN.
AKAN.
No, this is not the watch. It was 41 mil.
AKAN.
Let me find it. No, none of those are it. No, this is it right here. So it's this watch, which in hindsight isn't that bad. I just couldn't do it, right? Like I just couldn't do it. So it's this watch right here. And so I bought it anyway from him, knowing that
BLDP.
I could. And I didn't really. I couldn't. I maybe made
AKAN.
$1,000 from it. I might have made
AKAN.
$1 or $2 grand, but I immediately traded it for to another Rolex guy for something else, right? Something that I liked more. Because I just can't get down with the diamonds, like not in a men's watch. And again, it's just preference, it's subjective. But to me, I'm never gonna freaking wear this, right? Like I can't wear this to Walmart. I can't wear this to the store, and so I just couldn't do it. But I did make a little bit of money on the deal. But the point remains, I'm just not a big diamonds guy.
LTRY.
I'm not really a big diamonds wearer. I don't really want to wear diamonds, not in my watches. Did I get stung by something?
AKAN.
ULS.
AKAN.
Hey, good luck, Trance. Young men, if you're getting engaged by
VTAK.
manufacturing diamonds, many jewelers with high-tech magnification cannot tell the difference. Are you talking about
CERS.
lab-grown? Well, yeah, I mean, they could tell the difference for sure, you know. The reason they could tell the difference is because lab-grown diamonds are perfect. You know, so when you look at them under a microscope, if it's perfect, you're
AKAN.
gonna know it's lab-grown. You know what I mean?
VTAK.
So. All right, guys. So yeah, again, we're looking at the market. Here's the SPY. We got 21 minutes or so until the data releases. 21 minutes.
VTAK.
Do you watch the YouTube Rolex guys? I watch VTAK, I think is his name. I don't really watch him like that. Like I will watch some of his shorts, like if they're on my
IFBG.
YouTube
AKAN.
channel and he's talking about, because I know watches, and so like if he's talking about trading a watch that I know, I'm curious. I might watch it
AKAN.
for 45 seconds. And tune away. I
VTAK.
don't watch any of the long term. I
AKAN.
really don't try to sell
AKAN.
watches. To be honest, the margins
AKAN.
selling watches
UEC.
in the secondary market are not good enough. Like you might be able to buy a Rolex and then sell it to somebody else same day even and make $1,000 profit. And if you do that 5, 6, 7 times a month, you make $5,000, $6,000, $7,000
JDZG.
or less a month, right? But that's a lot of work. I guess it's not too bad.
JDZG.
You're making about $1,000 or more or less every time you do it. But it's just the reason I don't do it is taxes. Like you're gonna lose a lot of that to taxes, and then a lot of those guys don't pay taxes, and that just seems like a risky thing for me. Yeah, building permits, housing start data in 20 minutes.
JDZG.
Yeah.
JDZG.
Yeah, I'm lucky my wife isn't super
VTAK.
I'm not gonna say vain, but super materialistic in that regard, right? Like she's never been a big
VTAK.
jewelry person. Like really for the last few months, I've been offering to buy her a new wedding ring, or asking her if she would want me to get her a new ring, because the one I got her, you know, Carol and I got married at the courthouse. Like I got her wedding ring from a pawn shop, and she helped me pick it out, right? Like we were very young when we got married, and I've always told her I would upgrade the ring when I could, and
VTAK.
hadn't gotten around to it, but then she said she didn't mind it. She likes her old one, which is good.
VTAK.
But the lab grown market makes it interesting. Anyways.
YCBD.
VTAK.
GSUN.
Yeah, there's a lot of sketchiness that goes on there. And I really do think wedding-wise, right? I think the bigger the wedding, the less likely it is to succeed.
JDZG.
Her and I got married at the courthouse. We've been with each other for 14 years. Versus people who have
JDZG.
big, drawn-out weddings that a lot of the time they don't work. There's a lot of pressure.
JDZG.
Right, for sure.
JDZG.
All right, guys, we got 15 minutes. Apple up big. I'm going to watch Apple and see if we can break highs. I'm trying not to trade this morning, guys. I got my butt kicked yesterday. And so I got my butt kicked yesterday. I don't really want to push it too hard today. I really don't. I'm kind of nervous, too.
Drug. Big spread. VTAK.
Q or SPY, and while I like looking at both, the Q is more tech heavy, so the QQQ has more
JDZG.
tech stocks in it versus the SPY, which has a little bit more
Drug.
diversified and everything.
Big spread.
Yeah, well, CVS is down because they got a new CEO. So CVS swapped out their CEO.
JDZG.
Swapped out their CEO, I think. Let me see.
AKAN.
Yeah, so CVS named David Joyner as the new chief executive officer. It warned that its coming earnings will once again fall short of Wall Street expectations, sending shares in the company down 13%. David Joyner has taken over as the new CEO of the struggling healthcare giant, replacing Karen Lynch, the company said Friday. After the Wall Street Journal first reported the news, Joyner has been president of CVS Caremark, the company's pharmacy benefit manager, as well as an executive vice president of CPS. Roger Farah, chairman of CVS's board of directors, will also become executive chairman.
CERS.
CVS is making the changes after repeatedly cutting its forecast for the year's financial performance, moves that led to a 19% decline in its share price this year. A push for changes by a major hedge fund and board review of strategy that included the option of breaking up the company. They're now planning to announce third quarter results that will fall short of expectations, largely due to continued issues at its Aetna insurance unit, and to back away from its most recent full-year earnings projection for 24 issued in August. A downgrade would represent the fourth since the company's investor day in December of 23. They said, quote, "We believe that we have a really important part to play in terms of simplifying and delivering a better healthcare experience for this country," Joyner said. CVS's assembled assets will allow it to actually deliver on the promises that we've made, and now it's all about execution, end quote. And so, yeah, that's why CVS is down. They basically think that they're going to underperform another earnings report.
JDZG.
CVS dropping significantly, pretty big percentage drop too. They're down $10 a share for a $64 company.
VTAK.
It's a pretty large drop. It's a pretty large drop. What is that, like?
MGRX.
Yeah, let me see. It's like 15% or something, something like that. Right. So yeah, that's like what, 15%? Let's see, from 64 down to 54. Yeah, 15%. Okay, good. Man, my head math is on point. Look at that. You love to see it. But yeah.
AKAN. Drug. Big spread. AKAN.
Yeah, if you pull out a jeweler's loop, you're gonna be able to see if it's lab grown.
Drug.
Yeah, I've just been getting my butt kicked in day trading. I'm trying not to risk too much, to be honest.
PBR.
Drug.
All right, chat. We are sitting around waiting for something. The election's here. Market's kind of off. You know what's a scary thing in the world right now? It's genuinely scary, right? How many arrest
PEGY
videos are on YouTube? Like, I'm very lucky. Like, I've never really been arrested,
AKAN.
personally, but like, I'm very lucky. I grew up in the age where nobody had their phone out, video and everything, right? Like, I've done some dumb stuff over the years,
PEGY.
right? Every kid has, for the most part. And so the fact that like we're in a world in which your phone is just whipped out and all your worst moments in life are videotaped and posted on the internet,
TVGN.
that's a scary thing.
MGRX.
Right? Like, I had this friend that I knew, and this friend always kind of
VTAK.
had problems. I haven't really seen him over the years. He was like, in hindsight, he might have been a little, I'm not gonna say narcissistic, but the dude was super selfish, right?
SOXL.
Really selfish, self-centered. He thought he was
TNON.
smarter than everybody, but it was kind of obvious whenever he would try to be like, whenever he was trying to take advantage of somebody, it was more obvious than he realized, you know. So he would walk around kind of trying to weasel his way into stuff, and but it was super
TNON.
obvious, you know. So people, what happened is people just kind of distanced themselves from him, and I don't think he could
SLRX.
help it. I think he had like some OCD. Anyway,
VTAK.
back to the point.
FCX.
This
VTAK.
guy, all I did was hear the story,
QYLD.
right? This guy ended up like getting into a fight with police about
VTAK.
something, right? Apparently he like spit on him and like did all kind of crazy stuff to it. All I did was hear stories. Apparently he was drinking and like walking by somebody's house, and then they were I
SLV.
don't know what happened, to be honest, but you know, they put his mugshot on
JDZG.
the internet, right? And so nowadays, anybody that gets one is like shamed. They're like, "Look, we got this
AKAN.
mugshot," you know, and that's a scary thing, man. That's a scary thing. I guess it's a deterrent at the very least. It deters you
TVGN.
from committing crimes, which is good. But man, I also think it's, I don't think it's
AKAN.
the right thing either, though. I think you got to let people make mistakes privately and not blast their drama out to everybody. And I think that's a scary world. You know, I'm just gonna have to teach my kids, don't act up on camera. You know,
VTAK.
ASA.
HEPS.
Bitcoin above 67,000, up about 1.3% over the past 24
OGI.
hours.
DDOG.
all right, guys, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Building permit housing start data. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
AKAN.
These videos are working both ways,
FCX.
showing dummies and then also showing bad cops. Yeah, for sure. I think my only
TVGN.
thing with police officers
TNON.
is that there needs to be more testing for them, because like every now and then you'll see
FCX.
like a police
TNON.
officer that obviously like can't control himself. And I'm not talking about like a scoring cop
TNON.
that's been doing it for 20 years. That like, I'm talking about like you got like a 20-year-old who obviously has like social issues, right? Like that kid should never be a cop, right?
STLA.
Lately I've gotten into like the police impersonators. Watching those guys is
VTAK.
crazy.
FCX.
VTAK.
What was that?
FCX.
VTAK. JDZG.
Coming up at 8:30, building permits for September, plus 1.45 million. Housing starts 1.35 million. That's coming up in 12 minutes at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
FCX.
JDZG.
FCX. STLA.
All right, everything's fine. But anyways,
JDZG.
FCX.
AKAN.
yeah, I'm looking at the real estate investment trust. Somebody sell me on real estate investment trusts. I'm curious about them. Do they pay dividends? What does that look like? Let me ask AI to break this down.
JDZG.
The good thing is that I can just use AI to break this down. So one of the biggest
NVAX.
benefits is regular dividend income. Steady dividend income. By law, real estate investment trusts must
UEC.
distribute 90%
HEPS.
of their taxable income to shareholders in the form of dividends. This makes them a reliable source of
VTAK.
income for investors seeking yields, especially in a low interest rate environment. Dividend yields for REITs typically range from 3 to 8%, making them attractive compared to
VTAK.
bonds or stocks. Investing in these provides diversification in a portfolio. They typically have low correlation with other assets like stocks and bonds, which means they can act as a hedge against volatility. They allow individual investors to gain exposure to various estate sectors, commercial, residential, healthcare, without directly owning properties, which reduces risk and increases diversification. Unlike traditional historically, REITs have generated total annual returns,
HEPS.
including divvies and appreciation of around
UEC.
12% long term. This can fluctuate, so a little bit better than the S&P or the NASDAQ. What are your favorite real estate investment trusts, guys?
CLF.
SLRX.
Healthcare,
VTAK.
realty.
UEC.
I don't
VTAK.
know, bro. You know, because again, like the one you're telling me to buy has been downtrending since 2019, 2018. Like this is the one you're telling me to
CLF.
buy. No offense, Ed. It's all good, bro. I get it. Like we all like what we like, and you might be right, but this is it.
JDZG.
Since 2018.
SLV.
It's been depreciating pretty heavily, and I don't know if they all have done this, but yeah, I don't know if they've all done this or
JDZG.
what, but it's interesting to see what happens.
JDZG.
All right, guys, and again, if you haven't already, we're going to be day trading today. I'm trying not to get my
JDZG.
butt kicked day trading today like I did yesterday and the day before, really. And so what I'm doing is I'm waiting until after the opening bell to day trade. But if you want to limit your risk day trading, do not put up your own money. and risk
JDZG.
thousands of dollars. It makes absolutely no sense. It genuinely makes no sense. In the
CLF.
futures market, you can day trade the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, gold,
JDZG.
some currencies, no PDT rule. So you can get around the PDT rule. If you want to day trade stocks that way, you're going to need to spend, you know, what, 20 to 30K on it to day trade actively in a margin account with stocks. It just doesn't make any sense. In the futures market, you can day trade all those things. Most pro day traders trade futures, and Top Step allows you to get started for super cheap. And so it's limiting your risk, especially when you're first getting started. The base one's only $49 a month, and so that's your risk, $49 a month. They're going to give you a 50K demo
AKAN.
account. If you can pass their test, their test, which is making 3K in profit without losing 2K on a 50K
AKAN.
demo, and following their rules, if you could do that, they fund you 50K 90% split, and they pay out millions of dollars to their traders. They're one of the most legit in the world. They pay out millions and millions of dollars. If you lose the challenge, if you don't pass the challenge, you only lose $49. So you have this really unique, powerful scenario where limited risk, $49 for the base one. If you pass it, you get a 90% split. I think you can also keep your first 10 or 20K in profit as well. Huge edge there. And it's similar to funding yourself with 90% split. And so it just limits your risk. Great way to do it. Most pro day traders trade futures, and the patterns are very similar to blue chip stock patterns in futures. I can basically day trade the QQQ price action. I can day trade the SPY price action in futures through the E-mini. Through the E-minis, I should say. And so it's a great way to learn how to day trade. If you want to check it out, they are an affiliate or a sponsor of mine. They pay me money. I'm biased because of it, but incredibly useful, in my opinion. Incredibly useful.
JDZG.
If you want to check out the link, there it is. The big part about Top Step X, the big powerful
VTAK.
thing is that
JDZG.
there's zero commissions on Top Step X. And so I can trade micro contracts here. 74 cents in fees. That's it. That's it, all in the entire trade. So I can make $6, $5, $5, $30,
AKAN.
$15, and still net
VTAK.
profit on these trades. It's the biggest edge in funding right now. And so again, you can check it out in
VTAK.
the description if you want more. I'm
AKAN.
waiting here, guys. I'm not really trying to get stuck losing ahead of the opening bell. So I'm going to wait and let some stuff happen
AKAN.
first. But yeah. I lost a few hundred.
VTAK. JDZG. JDZG. JDZG.
bud? How you doing, man? Okay, what you got there? Hey, your mom just cleaned my office.
GWAV.
That's my lion statue. Okay, hey, we'll put it down. Because I like
VTAK.
lions. Because I'm King Lion in this house. Yeah, it's a Dundee. Hey, look, y'all. Put my stuff up here, Jack.
GWAV.
Remember, where'd he go? Remember that guy up there? The Wall Street Bets guy? He's armless now. He's missing an arm. Why? Because you were picking it up and
GWAV.
missing it. Thank you. I love you. Now put it down. Jack.
FCX.
Alright. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Here.
TVGN.
CLF.
TVGN. TVGN. PEGY. AKAN.
RGTI.
JDZG. JDZG.
Love you. Here. I love you. I love you.
VTAK.
Alright, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I'm back. Alright, guys. We got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes left. Will the market hold? I don't think. What's the, I'm gonna put the Vanguard. I guess there's no real estate futures, huh? I'm gonna put the dollar index. I wonder how this is gonna affect the dollar. I'm gonna put gold up as well. There's gold. There's the SPY. We
PEGY.
got 2 minutes left. Neo Supermicro with pre-market green. Where's Supermicro?
SOBR. Watch the spread. JDZG.
47s. Oh, it's at, yeah, 48.
SOBR.
Dipped a little bit.
SOBR, sober, safe,
SOBR.
share is popping here now, 1676. Sandy Oscar Bravo Romeo, SOBR.
BTG.
We're also going to throw this in sub-only mode, chat.
SOBR.
SOBR.
Hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate the love. Thanks so much.
SOBR. Big spread.
We got a minute and a half left.
SOBR. VTAK.
I know everybody just tunes in when we have
VTAK.
economic data coming out.
RGTI.
Today's not even a big economic report, just to put this into perspective, but we get like a surge of hundreds of people that
Drug.
show up right at 8:30.
Watch the spread.
Because y'all know I'm the best at 8:30. At 8:30, you know I'm covering stuff quickly, and I
Drug.
appreciate y'all tuning in.
Watch
Again,
the spread.
Today's not really a big day. I'd rather be honest with you. And so it's not really
VTAK.
gonna influence markets in any significant way. We're covering it like we do here, chat.
VTAK.
But yeah. Expectations today are 1.45 million for building permits. Housing start data is probably the biggest one. It's at 1.35 million expectation. 1.35 million.
AKAN.
So, again, we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. I'm curious.
PEGY.
RIVN.
All right, we got 30 seconds, chat. 30 seconds. I'm gonna turn this timer off. This timer's a little bit early. We got 30 seconds.
PEGY. PEGY.
Magic tricks. Yeah. All right, we got 10 seconds. All right, 1.35 million is what's expected for housing starts, and again, we'll see what happens. Here's the dollar index. Here's gold. And housing starts showed up at 1.35 million, higher than expected. Building permits showed up lower than expected. Housing starts dipped 0.5%
FCX.
0.5% dip. And so, yeah, a little bit more housing starts, but a 0.5% dip month to month. A little bit more than expected, that means. But the 0.5% dip stems from 1.36 million last time. We showed up at 1.354 million today, 0.5% down. Building permits showed up minus 2.9% month to month. But again, the housing starts number is probably the biggest one. Again,
VTAK.
SOBR. IGR.
Coming up,
AKAN.
building permits for September,
AKAN.
1.45 million expected. Housing starts, 1.35 million.
SOBR. VTAK.
$1.428 million. The consensus 1.45 million. That's below estimate. 1.354 million on housing starts, above the 1.35 million estimate.
JDZG. OKLO. JDZG.
LAES.
Reuters says Spirit
BBLG.
Aerosystems to introduce 21-day furloughs for 700 workers on 767 and 777 programs. Spirit Aero will enact layoffs and additional furloughs if Boeing strike continues beyond November.
SOBR.
Spirit
SOBR.
fully draws down $350 million
SOBR.
bridge loan facility. That's from Reuters citing
SOBR.
sources. That's BA and SPR.
SOBR.
SOBR, sober, safe, continuing to pop here now, 1850.
SOBR. Big spread. SOBR.
TQQQ. RGTI. TQQQ.
SOBR.
QYLD.
SOBR.
TFC, Truist
HTCR.
unveils a comprehensive electronic bill presentment and payment
TLT.
solution to accelerate cash flow. Tango Foxtrot
MNY.
Charlie.
BBLG.
BCBP out with their results.
IGN.
BCB Bancorp.
Drug. Big spread. JDZG.
TLT. TLT.
Drug. Big spread. AKAN.
36 cents versus 14
Drug.
cents in the same
Big
period a
spread.
year ago.
SOBR.
That's Bravo Charlie, Bravo
QQQ.
Drug.
Papa.
Big spread. SOBR.
TLT. QQQ. TQQQ. Pause.
HTCR Hardcore, our preliminary
AKAN.
results. Q3
JDZG.
2024 revenue is expected to increase between $17 and $19 million. Net income expected to
Drug.
increase between $9 and $11 million. That's Hotel Tango Charlie Romeo.
Drug.
HTCR.
TLT. TLT.
ICU, C-Star Medical announcing that enrollment in its adult acute kidney injury pivotal
Cost.
trial has exceeded the halfway point to an interim
TLT.
analysis in the Charlie uniform.
TLT. HTCR.
VTAK.
NEM.
FBLG,
JDZG.
Fibrobiologics
TLT.
and Charles River announced
VTAK.
collaboration to manufacture fibroblast cell-based therapies for
TLT.
chronic diseases. That's Foxtrot Bravo
TLT.
Lima Golf.
SMH.
FBLG.
JDZG. VTAK.
CD. SOBR.
SOBR.
SMR. TLT. 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 ASA. Hive. TLT.
AKAN.
TLT. TLT.
SOBR. JDHG.
NEM. TLT.
HTCR. SOBR. VTAK. HTCR.
PYPL.
VTAK. VTAK. HTCR. VTAK. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread.
SMR.
HTCR.
GILD,
SMR.
Gilead provides updated
HTCR.
U.S. indication
Big
for
spread.
Trodelvy
HTCR.
VTAK.
HTCR.
HTCR.
for
Drug.
in
Watch the
metastatic
spread.
urothelial cancer. That's
HTCR.
galfin-delima delta.
QYLD.
Drug.
GILD.
Watch the spread. VTAK. VTAK.
HTCR,
SMR.
hardcore. Shares hitting $1.35
SMR.
now, pulling back $1.22.
JDZG. JDZG.
SMR.
Gilead shares trading low, and now the company said that it's
Pause.
withdrawing its U.S. accelerated
PEGY.
approval for Trodelvy and metastatic urothelial cancer after consultation with the FDA. The
VTAK.
study did not meet its overall survival endpoint.
Google.
That is GILD, now at 86.58 on light
JDZG.
volume. GILD.
JDZG.
Goog. Googsol. Googsol. Googsol.
HTCR. HTCR. JDZG.
Goog. SMR.
HTCR.
Goog. PYPL. Googsol.
JDZG.
Googsol. SMR. SMR.
JDZG. 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 JDZG.
TGL.
JDZG. 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 Drug. Watch the spread.
VTAK, catheter precision, moving again here.
Drug.
$1.20.
Watch the spread.
That's Victor Tango Alpha Kilo off the earlier highs.
JDZG.
Shares
Drug.
of CVS
Big spread.
continuing to move off the lows now, 57.97.
Drug.
Gold.
Drug.
LW Lamb
Big spread.
Weston. Jana pushing Lamb Weston to explore a sale. That according to
SOBR.
the Wall
Big
Street
spread.
Journal. That's LW Lima Whiskey.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Drug.
Shares of Lamb Weston spiking to $77 at the high, up $6. Wall Street Journal says that Jana could later seek board seats, working with Continental Grain on an investment. Again, Jana working to push Lamb Weston to explore a sale. $77.99 the high now
Zone.
on LW.
AKAN.
Zap.
Drug.
NEGG.
Drug. Drug.
Knock.
Drug. 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 Drug.
BNRG.
Drug.
ABAT.
Lamb Weston hitting $78 now, pulling back a bit, 75.51 on that sale rumor from the Wall Street Journal.
NN.
AKAN. Wolf.
We made USAA for
AKAN. HEPS. VTAK. Drug. VTAK.
BNRG.
Drug. Drug.
Most importantly, you see volume pouring in. Traders.
AA,
VTAK, VTAK,
PLTR, AA, AA, TSM, PLTR,
PEGY,
TSM,
Welcome into another mighty video.
AA,
JDZG,
Today, I'm going to be showing you how much money I made in day trading in the
QQQ.
stock market. Yes, I am one of those lunatics that day trade for a living.
UPST,
Today I had some big losses, but I also had some big winners. I'm going to show you which are the stocks that I traded, some of the strategies that I followed, but most importantly, I'm
SVM,
going to show you the exact entry points that I took and the
TSM,
exact entry points
JDZG,
TQQQ,
that allow me to make
AA,
over $2,500 here in the market. Today we had something very
Drug.
unusual happen.
Big spread, drug, big spread,
We had something very unusual happen. Ticker symbol EONR
TSM,
drug,
TSM, AA,
is back.
drug,
AA,
So this stock was trading all day
Pause.
long like a normal stock. We had many traders in our
Drug.
community day
TSM.
trading it,
drug,
taking the typical setup,
TSM.
VWAP bounces, 1 minute pullbacks,
TSM.
breakouts, you name it. But all of a sudden, it froze up. All of a sudden, when you were trying to pull up the chart, nothing would populate in thinkorswim. We don't know if this was a Charles Schwab problem or if every single broker out there was having the same issue when pulling up the
TSM.
sticker, but the stock just
QQQ.
completely vanished from the face of the earth. Nobody could pull out the data, nobody could see its chart, nobody could buy and sell. People that had already traded it,
QQQ,
when looking at their traded stock list, a weird number was appearing. I actually have a screenshot that I can share with you here. It was completely unacceptable.
If you are among the overwhelming majority of Americans who buy American-made products in America,
4,000.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends.
Traders, welcome to another mighty video. Today, as you can see from the title and thumbnail, today
LW.
I committed one of the
Watch the
worst
spread.
day trading mistakes when it comes to the microscoping strategy, because this is a strategy
JDZG,
that discipline.
Went,
I don't even know what to
Wint.
say. I just fucked it up right at the beginning. I dug myself a
Wint.
$3,000 loss, as you can see from the thumbnail. I started the morning by revenge trading. I started the morning by throwing humongous share size position into stocks that were not a
Wint.
quality stocks. I got myself so emotionally hijacked that I started
Wint.
to revenge trade
Wint.
Tesla. Yes, you heard that correctly. But I not only
BNRG,
started to revenge trade it, I started to short sell it. What the fuck am I doing? Dude, it was one of the worst day
Knock.
trading sessions I've ever
SOXX.
had because of how
HTCR.
mentally hijacked I was. I was slamming the table. I was standing up and hitting my head against the wall. I was
HTCR.
infuriated. I was revenge trading to maximum
Drug.
capacity, and if it wasn't because of WHLR, today could have been
Drug.
easily
big spread,
a max loss day, or even worse, a blow up day.
drug,
NRSN,
I just broke so
knock,
many rules, and the reason why I'm so disappointed on myself is because
drug,
at the end of the day, I don't really care about the P&L. I don't care whether if I'm up 1,000 or down 1,000. What I truly want
Watt,
to accomplish every single day is to show up and to follow my damn rules, to show up and to follow my damn strategy. That's all we should be really truly caring about, because at the end of the day,
AA,
we have to make ourselves available to either collect our profits or pay our expenses. A red trade, a red day, isn't inherently wrong or isn't inherently bad.
SOBR.
What is bad is you breaking the rules, breaking your business plan, and that's exactly what I
SOBR.
did today. Revenge traded. Didn't have longevity in mind at the
SOBR.
open.
MBLY.
Revenge traded duo
JDZG.
and stocks that were not
SOBR.
equality setups at all. Over traded the
JDZG.
backside. Revenge
MBLY.
traded Tesla on the day that
MBLY.
it didn't have
MBLY.
the parameters for me to day trade it at all, right? I not only revenge traded it, but I traded it to the short side. It was just a roller coaster of emotions. But as you can see,
MBLY.
well, and if you traded today, you probably know that we did
SOBR.
have that
Mew.
parabolic mover come under the ticker of WHLR. And thankfully, that move from $8 to $17,
SOBR.
almost a
MBLY.
10-point move, was enough for me to get me in the green. So let me show you that right here. And let's review my metrics here.
JDZG.
No Pastor, no 10K.
MBLY.
The mighty traded like crap today. So as you can see, I am green. $2,400. But that's not how the day started. I was down almost
VTAK.
$4,000 to start off the day. I started the day down $4,000. Trade number one,
JDZG.
$1,000 loss rejection on duo. Trade number two, $1,000 loss rejection on duo. Trade number three, emotionally fueled.
ITRG.
I understood that Tesla wasn't good today for the long side, so I, of course, emotionally hijacked. I go to start short selling it. That's the stupidest thing I could ever do. $1,000 out the window, and then there were another few
JDZG.
smaller losses on
Drug.
the other
Advancing
tickets like
market update: S&P futures up 14, the
INDO,
Dow futures up down 70,
MULN, whichever was
Nasdaq is
those
up
size stocks that we were trading.
114.
And then
Crude
all of a
is
sudden I
down
found myself
25 cents
10
at
minutes into the open,
$69.86.
down
Natural gas flat at $2.34.
What the fuck
Gold
am
is up
I doing?
$20.60 at
I walked
27.2810.
away. I called it a
Bitcoin
max
futures up
loss day, and I
895
stepped
at
away from my trading session for
67,800.
maybe 30 minutes.
Mew.
It was very early into the morning. I was infuriated, but then something happened. My scanners were open, and I started to see the high day momentum scanner start to show up WHLR, WHLR, WHLR. And I was looking at it and looking at the price increase, but I knew that I was hitting a max loss. I knew that I was emotionally hijacked. I didn't know if I was going to be in the correct headspace to trade it. But then it got halted up. So it got halted up, and I had no choice. I came back. I started with small size. And I guess the rest is history. So
VTAK.
I was able to pull up the red to green on it from down max loss up to
VTAK.
now at, daily
JDZG.
goal, I guess. But at the end of the day, today was a failure of a day because my mental account is in max loss. I broke all of my rules. Right? So today is a losing day that made me money. Just think of it like that.
RGTI.
But
VTAK.
yeah, I mean, it's just
JDZG.
embarrassing. I don't even want to show you which are the fucking shorts, which are the short trades I was taking on Tesla.
JDZG.
Duo, brutal
JDZG.
sell-off. Just brutal sell-offs. And because I refuse to trade the penny stocks,
CLPS
was it this?
reporting
Yeah,
their
we had-
results.
So, in the grand scheme of things, our leading gapper should have been ICCT. But the reality is that we have been brainwashed to think that this is an equality setup. We are in a market in which we haven't seen
JDZG.
any leading gapper out of the open hold up. We haven't seen any relevant breaking news. We haven't seen any
TVGN.
percentage gainer.
Drug.
Zone.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread.
CLPS said gross
Drug.
profit increased by 7.3% to 17.2 million. That's for the second half of fiscal year 2024 versus 16 million in the
JDZG.
same period a year ago.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. 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 VTAK.
Top. AA.
Drug. Drug.
AA. Top. F.
Drug. Drug. Drug.
TLT. TLT.
Drug. Drug.
F. Drug.
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 Drug. Big spread. Drug.
TLT.
Big spread.
Drug.
JDZG.
Drug. Drug. Drug.
Big spread.
AA. TLT. HSCS. FEMY. Stack.
NIVF. Drug. Drug. ATNF. VTAK. ATNF. VTAK.
Stack.
AKAN.
Drug. Knock.
DRUG, Bright Minds spiking again here at 37.47.
Big spread.
Delta Romeo Uniform Golf.
JDZG.
Knock.
JDZG. Drug. NIVF. JDZG.
Drug.
Drug. Big spread. Drug.
Drug. Drug.
Drug.
GCT.
Big spread. TVGN. AKAN.
GCT. TLT.
BBLG.
TLT. LNT.
HTCR.
SPCE.
BBLG. Drug. Big spread. Drug.
LTRY. Drug.
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 Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. HTCR.
Drug.
Drug. Drug. Big spread.
Gooksel. Drug.
Drug.
Gooksel.
TBPH, Theravance announcing publication
FCX.
of Uperli area under the curve
JDZG.
spirometry analysis in the International Journal of Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease.
JDZG.
That's Tango Bravo Papa Hotel, TBPH.
FANH.
Drug. VTAK.
Drug.
Drug. JDZG.
DRUG,
JDZG.
Drug.
shares approaching
Drug.
$40 now,
Drug.
Watch the
$40
spread.
at the high.
Right.
JDZG. Drug.
Drug.
Drug. Big spread. JDZG.
NIVF. RGTI. NIVF.
Spruce Point
SOXL.
is short ERIE.
NIVF. ASPI.
NIVF.
Erie Indemnity Company.
NIVF. NIVF.
That's
NIVF.
Echo Romeo India Echo. ERIE.
Gooksel.
Shares right now at $484,
Goog.
up about $1. That's Echo Romeo India
Stack.
Echo.
JDZG. JDZG.
Northeast.
JDZG. JDZG.
Stack.
JDZG. JDZG.
SOXX. QQQ. ASPI. Northeast.
JDZG.
Stack. Stack. QQQ. TQQQ.
STEC.
Stack.
JDZG.
Stack.
SONM, SONM
JDZG.
13D. Sandy Oscar November Michael.
JDZG. JDZG.
GLDG.
JDZG.
Peter Liu with a stake of 7.16% in
TQQQ.
SONM Technologies, Sandy Oscar November
Drug.
Michael.
NPWR. QQQ.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. Big spread.
AIFF.
VTAK.
MREO.
Drug. VTAK.
TQQQ. CMND. QQQ. Eric.
HTCR.
SMH. SMH.
VTAK.
PBR.
VTAK. 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 VTAK.
CANF. QQQ. QQQ. TQQQ.
JDZG.
DNJN. Save. Ver. SMRQ. TLCI. QQQ. Lax A. AIF.
Drug. Big spread.
RJLB. ARCX.
Drug.
Aries.
Big spread.
SLTR. INTC. TQQQ.
JDZG. JDZG.
CREG.
JDZG. 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 VTAK.
ARM. ARM.
Drug. Drug.
CANF.
Drug. Big spread.
TQQQ.
Drug. Big spread. SOBR. Big spread. Drug. Drug. SOBR. Big spread. Drug.
TQQQ. TQQQ.
SOBR. Big spread.
Pause. Eric. TQQQ. QCOM.
JDZG.
DKNG.
JDZG. JDZG. AKAN.
QCOM.
AKAN. JDZG. JDZG.
YCBD.
JDZG. AKAN. VTAK. AKAN.
RGTI.
HTCR. VTAK.
FYBR.
HTCR.
QYLD.
JDZG. JDZG.
RGTI.
JDZG. Drug.
LW. MBLY. TQQQ.
Drug.
TQQQ.
Drug.
TQQQ. MBLY. MBLY. MBLY.
Drug. Big spread. Drug. HTCR.
TWG.
PEGY. Drug.
QYLD.
FAA says Boeing safety review will take about 3 months. That's BA, Boeing.
TWG.
TWG. NIO. AKAN.
TWG. NVDU.
QBTS.
LW.
AXP, American Express.
Drug.
American Express CFO says impact of Fed rate cuts on our net interest income is actually
NVDU.
quite small.
TWG.
That's Alpha X-ray Papa, AXP.
SEDG. SEDG. TWG.
Duo.
SEDG. NVDU. TYPL. TQQQ. 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 SEDG. TYQQ. TQQQ.
Drug.
PYPL. CCTG. QCOM.
Drug.
CRWD.
Drug. 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 Big spread. Drug. 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 Drug.
PCT. SOXX. PCT.
Drug.
RIVN.
IREN.
Traders. Today I'm going to be talking about my Charles Schwab broker, and I'm going to be answering the question whether if this is a platform you should be considering when it comes to day trading and actively investing in the stock market. Charles Schwab is a very ancient broker that has existed for many years in America. This is a place in which many Americans hold their
PG Procter
retirement
and
funds.
Gamble CFO says saw a stock up situation as a quick run up due to the port strike, which didn't really have a material impact on this quarter. Says the stock up situation due to port strikes was very short lived.
ACI.
ACI. Big spread. AGQ. JDZG.
AAL.
AKAN. JDZG.
QYLD.
JDZG. Drug. Big spread.
MRVL.
Drug. Big spread.
SOXX.
Drug. Big spread. TNON.
PSNY.
TNON.
SVM. TQQQ.
SOXL.
MRVL.
JDZG. AGQ. TNON. Drug. Big spread. TNON. AKAN. AKAN.
UAL. AMAT. UPST. AAL. AAL.
JDZG.
TWG. PCT. TWG.
TVGN.
ILLR.
JDZG. Drug.
TWG.
Big spread. HTCR.
AMAT.
BBLG. Drug.
Top.
Big spread. NIO. Drug.
ILLR.
AKAN.
Top.
TWG.
MRVL.
Drug.
LW.
LW. Watch the spread.
ILLR.
They hold their 401ks, they hold their Roth IRAs, all
JDZG.
that. It is definitely a platform that is robust and is very,
VTAK.
very catered towards long-term holders and long-term investors. But for the past 3 to 4 years, I've been
NIO.
trying to make it
AAL.
work for my day trading career because it's free commissions. It has a very, very attractive fee structure. It is a broker that I started making money on, so I've been sticking with it for the longest time.
ILLR.
So it is a broker that even though it's not catered to day traders, I've been trying to make it
ILLR.
work to make money as a day
Russia's
AAL.
trader.
Putin says
It
U.S.
used to
creates
be TD
tensions in Asia,
Ameritrade not so
threatening
long ago, maybe like a year ago,
ILLR.
2 years ago.
Mu.
But then Charles Schwab bought TD
AKAN.
Ameritrade, and now they are the owners of thinkorswim, and this is the
Mu.
platform that I
Mu.
use now to day trade. I've been using thinkorswim since forever, but before I used to be with TD
LW
Ameritrade,
of filing
and now
now.
it is under Charles Schwab.
CHGG.
Ever
Jana
since we
Partners
transitioned,
reporting a 5% stake
MTEM.
in Lamb Weston,
JDZG.
Lamb Weston as of October 11th. Wall Street Journal reported earlier that company could push for Janet could push for a sale
UAL.
of Lamb Weston.
Tune. CHGG.
That's Lima Whiskey.
VTAK.
Shares of Lamb Weston now just off the
VTAK.
highs at $79, up $8.
JDZG. JDZG. JDZG.
That's LW Lima Whiskey.
JDZG. JDZG.
Jana says intends to have discussions with Lamb Weston on initiation of review of strategic alternatives.
we have been seeing some major lags, and today I'm going to be showing you the worst
XOS.
example of that lag. Remember, if you're holding long term and if you're holding a
JDZG.
portfolio, an IRA, 401k, this minute 5 to 10 minute lag that we are experiencing within the platform and within the fills you're getting, orders not being able to be canceled,
JDZG.
having awful fills because the stock is moving but yet your orders are not
NEXN.
executing, not having the ability to cancel or to sell everything, just a bunch of very minute bugs that the platform has that for a long-term investor are insignificant, but for us day traders, but specifically micro scalpers, which is the strategy that I trade,
QCOM.
we are in and out trades within minutes. And you having an order sitting for
VTAK.
1, 2, 3 minutes can be the
CVS
difference
Glenview
between
Capital
making
is
a lot of money or
on
losing a lot
CVS
of money.
Health.
VTAK.
Sometimes you can get lucky and it can
CHGG.
work in your favor. Sometimes it might not. Today, it didn't work in my
VYGR.
favor. As you can see, I lost almost
VTAK.
$3,000 on
VTAK.
MRM. And I'm not going to completely blame it on the lag. I do believe I could have traded it better. I made some silly mistakes that I could have avoided. But
Said
the
we believe
reality
the
is that
company's
I
culture,
did
governance, and
incur some
leadership should
losses
be
because of
strengthened by
this
those with
lag.
both
That
property industry experience as well as fresh perspectives, and that the company would be best served through prompt board evolution.
Veil.
They
ALY.
support the
MBLY.
resignation of former CEO now Karen Lynch. That's Charlie Victor Sandy.
CANF. IINN.
I'm
AKAN.
going to show you here in a second. The lag that we were seeing was you will be sending orders to buy
DKNG.
and you will not be getting filled. The orders would sit live for 1, 2, 3, even 5 minutes on end.
TVGN.
All of a sudden, on minute number 6, minute number 7 of being
FL.
completely
JDZG.
frozen, your order will get filled at whatever price you clicked that on 5 minutes, 5
VTAK.
minutes ago.
WISA.
Then obviously the stock, it wouldn't be sitting at the place that you initially bought it.
JDZG.
You would be, you know, having an open position with
VTAK.
an unrealized huge loss or an unrealized huge win. That depends whether if you got lucky or not. For me, I didn't get very lucky. I purchased like 3,000 shares at 740s, anticipating the breakout through this pivot and then a retest of pre-market highs.
JDZG.
The trade did happen, but I got caught in this massive reversal.
Benzinga market
and
update
I was
ahead of the
deer in the headlight
open.
situation. I
S&P
couldn't sell
futures
my
up
position.
11, the
My
Dow
position
futures
was
down
open.
83, Nasdaq up
But then thankfully we
96.
bounced, and as we were bouncing, I don't know
Crude
whether
is
it was
down
here or here.
85 cents now, $69.25. Gold is up
But at the end of the
16.90.
day, it is a loss. And most
16.70 at
importantly,
27.34.10. Bitcoin
I
futures up
lost some
1,000 at 67,000.
potential gains I could have
905.
had on this bounce or on this bounce or on this higher day breakout. But I couldn't even trade it because the platform was completely frozen. Again, this is not uncommon. I understand that it's a free commission broker. I understand that lag is expected. I understand that beggars can be choosers, and I'm not paying any commission, so I can't be too hard on Charles Schwab. But the reality is that's still annoying, and it's still something I should cover, and I hope they can get fixed because they have, most definitely they have the resources to fix all these minute bugs that we are experiencing almost daily on this platform. But again, it's not a day trading platform. It's not a broker cater for day traders, and I know that their big market is with long-term investors. So they really don't care about us, right? A lag like this on a direct access routing broker like Lightspeed, Guardian, Centerpoint, CMEG, you wouldn't see anything like this happen because their entire customer
Coming up, comments from Fed's Bostic.
are
TQQQ. INTC.
APRE.
VTAK. JDZG. NVDX. NVDL.
PBI.
SCLX. Drug. Watch the spread. LX. Drug. Big spread. JDZG. JDZG.
TLF.
VTAK.
PABS.
VTAK. 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 Drug. AKAN.
Coor.
Drug. AKAN. JDZG.
ESPR.
BTDR.
ILGY.
Den.
SGR.
BWA. Bear.
SPXS, PGO, XPON,
Drug. Big spread.
HTCR, HTCR, NVDTX, Hope,
VTAK.
GWAV,
Drug.
MTEM,
Big spread.
RKLB, Para,
Drug.
Dow
Big
Jones
spread.
Industrial Average down 46.84
Drug.
after the open.
Watch the
S&P
spread.
500 up
HTCR
16.92.
Top,
Nasdaq up 96.68.
AKAN.
HTCR, HTCR,
HTCR.
DRUG,
AMC.
Bright Minds moving again here now,
BBAI,
38.63, up
Drug.
78%.
Bear.
KZIA,
DRUG, BFRG, Bullfrog AI announcing
Drug.
pricing of registered
Watch
direct
the spread.
offering
RIVN, SOXS, Riot,
and concurrent
Drug.
private placement.
ILG,
Gross proceeds of
NIDS,
$3.31 million.
SPIFF,
Foxtrot Romeo Oscar
NIVF.
Golf.
LTLX, MULN, MARA, NIVF, HUMA, GCT, KZIA, CLF, ATNF,
That's
XPON,
BFRG, correction.
MTEM.
ORGS, CW, MGRX, ORGS,
SOBR.
SOBR, SOBR,
TVGN.
SOBR,
Bullfrog AI,
SOBR.
BFRG pricing their offering of
SOBR,
1.565 million shares
TQ,
and warrants of 1.565 million shares at $2 each. That's
NIVF.
Bravo Foxtrot Romeo Golf.
ORGS, TSLL, TSLTN, ACHR,
TVGN. TVGN.
TWM, HMY, PIXI, NIVF,
NIVF.
SDOW, ORGS, FAS, MSTX,
DRUG, Bright Minds
Lace,
halted
STEC,
on a circuit
Wolf,
breaker.
SPXU,
SOBR.
Shares at the intraday
SOBR,
high,
SOBR,
59.42,
SOBR,
81%.
SOBR.
SOBR,
Big spread.
SOBR,
SOBR.
MGRX,
SOBR.
SDS,
TNYA.
ADTX, NRGV, HMY, SOBR, TWM, OKLO, North
JDZG.
Northeast, ORGS,
Wint. CNVS.
SOBR, 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 SOBR,
JDZG.
ZIM,
SOBR.
MULN,
Big spread.
SH,
SOBR. Big spread.
TVGN, GEVO, Wolf, WW, Hollow, Lays, VSE, Wind,
PEGY.
XPON, Pixie,
PEGY. PEGY.
TWG,
JDZG,
SPXU,
SOBR,
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 JBLU,
SOBR,
TZXIN,
Big Spread,
CNVS,
SOBR,
SQQQ, LABD, KGC, HMY,
TVGN, JDZG,
EXK,
SOBR,
HTCR,
HTCR,
JDZG, SOBR, JDZG,
TVGN, ZIM,
SOBR,
TVGN,
SOBR,
JDZG,
TWM, HEPS, NIXX, AG, TSLZ, SDOW,
VIOR,
SON, HTCR, HTCR, ASPI,
ATNF,
LAYS,
ATNF,
CLV, PHUN,
TVGN,
Valley,
JDZG,
IONQ, EXK, Northeast, ZIM,
MTEM,
Wolf, GEVO, JBLU, LABD, Mara, OKLO, Hollow, Gold,
NIVF,
Agit, KGC, ASPI, ASPI, IAG, SDOW, KIN,
AKAN,
Riley,
NIVF,
Drug, RGTI, BITF, NIVF, BDTX,
Drug. Watch the spread.
HMY, RRGB, PSLV,
AKAN,
NISX,
OKLO, Aller. Watch the spread.
GEVO, ADTX,
JDZG,
LTBR, IREN,
JDZG,
Run,
ATNF,
EXK, Drug,
Drug,
IONQ,
JDZG,
HL, AG, IAG,
AKAN, TVGN,
PVAI, Mara, Ally, CMTL, NUWE,
TVGN,
SRGV, OKLO,
HEPS,
KIN, SCLX,
SCLX, TVGN,
OWL,
HEPS,
SMR, Northeast, Top, ACDC, LABD,
AISP,
IREN,
HEPS,
IONQ, Run,
HEPS,
HTCR, HTCR, RRGB, GUAVS,
HTCR,
NIXX, RVNC,
TVGN,
VTAK shares resuming after a circuit breaker hold. Victor Tango Alpha
QD.
Kilo.
TVGN,
VITF, VSE, OST, PCT, SCLX,
TVGN,
PHUN, OKLO,
SCLX,
NOC,
TVGN,
HL, CRGD,
HTCR,
SMR, HEPS, EOSE, IREN,
HEPS,
ADTX, QBTF,
NRGV.
Northeast. LXRX PSLV. COHR IONQ.
VS.
UAVS HTCR NUWE. PTON.
TVGN.
IHTCR.
JDZG.
RRGB.
TVGN.
HTCR.
TVGN.
HTCR. Serve.
HTCR. VS.
TDS. CMTL.
TVGN.
TWG. LEU. OCFTR.
HTCR.
OKLO. SCLX.
TVGN.
GEBO. ASM. Ally. QBTS. SMR. FTNC.
TWG.
PSLV. STAF.
JDZG.
Riley.
AKAN. NIBF.
LTBR. PTON.
NIBF.
DJT.
STAF.
OCFT. HUD. Nost. Gold. RGTI. Roma.
NIBF.
HEPS. Roma.
STAF.
VSE.
HEPS. JDZG. NIBF.
IAG.
VTAK.
IONPT. AISP.
VTAK.
CNVS.
VTAK.
Physics.
VTAK.
Roma.
Drug.
NRGV. ZEST. VST.
Coming up
VTAK.
at 10 a.m., Fed's cash carry will
Drug.
be speaking.
HUD. Beta.
Drug. Big spread.
RVNC. Northeast. CLSK. F. SGD. ADAX. Hive. BB. BBLIK. Gold.
HEPS.
QYLDR.
MTEM.
PTON. Coney. IREN.
MTEM.
QBTS. OKLO. OKLO. BITF. Roma.
FFIE.
ASM. TDS.
QBTS.
Beto.
CLSK.
Eric.
Drug. Big spread.
Key.
RITL.
SILJ.
Drug. Big spread.
AG. DNA.
OKLO,
BDTX,
Oklo,
AISP.
popping to the
NRGV,
highs,
SBSW,
$18.06. Oscar Kilo
Big
Lima
spread.
Oscar.
ASPI. TPST. PTON. Roma. IREN. Coney.
FANH, FanWatt,
PEGY.
announcing a ticker symbol
IAG.
change
Riot.
from
PEGY.
FANH to AIFU.
RGTI.
PEGY.
OKLO. Northeast. BTDR. SCLX.
PEGY.
PEGY. PEGY. PEGY. PEGY. PEGY. PEGY.
PEGY.
JBLU. PEGY, HITI,
SOB
PEGY,
CEO says digital business on pace to
VETA.
achieve full year revenue growth in the high teens.
PEGY.
That on their
PEGY,
call.
PEGY,
That's Sandy Lima Bravo.
ASM,
PEGY.
NE, IONQ, NVAX,
PEGY.
AGVT, MSTX, AISP, BETO, AQST, VSE, FSLY, PEGY, PEGY, DTX, CMTL, CONI, PEGY, 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 SMR, RIAD, LSCC,
PEGY.
CISK, Edit, Physics, Northeast, SBSW,
SOBR. Big spread.
CONL, AGL, IREN, IAG,
SOBR.
RXRX, Yang, VEEA, NUWE,
TVGN.
RGTI, EQX,
Drug. Watch the spread. JDZG.
HITI, CLPT,
AKAN. ATNF.
HMY, CLPT,
SOBR.
FSM, PSLV, CDE, BZAC,
AKAN.
SILJ, QNRX,
ATNF.
AQST,
AKAN.
KSS, POS, HL, Yang,
SOBR.
GDHG, Eric,
SOBR.
STEM, EQX.
Now, first of all, let's address the elephant
Mara.
in the room, or should I say the tiger in the room. I'm wearing
Send.
my same sweater as yesterday. This one's got a little tiger right here on it.
BTDR.
It's my
ATNF.
son's favorite. He wants to be a tiger when he grows up. He was really
IAG.
excited because I lost it, and then we found it. And so now I feel like it might be my
JBLU.
good luck sweater. Wore it yesterday, was up 100,000 bucks. Wore it today, up $35,000
QMMM.
on a breaking news trade.
INHD.
Stock squeezes up 250%.
PEGY.
Boom. That was my
INHD.
biggest trade of the
KSS.
day.
TWG.
Let's jump onto the charts and break it
VTAK.
down. Okay, the market is hot right now. 2 back-to-back days. 100 yesterday,
SBSW,
35 today.
VSE,
That's
SILJC.
awesome. So, first of all, we've got a lot to cover because today was really insane. We had some really weird price action, and I have some of it
VTAK.
recorded, so I'll
VTAK.
show you the archive recording of the level
VTAK.
NIXX.
VTAK.
Very bizarre stuff. And I have some
VTAK.
theories about what was going on there. High level,
SMR,
big picture,
ATN,
looking at year to date.
VEA,
9
ATAK, Riley, SVM, Northeast, AIFF, HL, VTAK, VTAK,
VTAK. VTAK. VTAK.
PCT,
PEGY. VTAK.
POS,
PEGY.
MSOS, GUXIN, EXK,
TVGN. SOBR.
QMMM, QNRX, Gold,
Drug.
SPCE,
Watch the spread.
VSE, SILJ, CDE, HMY,
Drug.
GDHG,
Big spread. TWG.
AG,
E
Northeast,
HEPS.
HL,
Drug. Watch the spread.
SVM,
PEGY.
Serve,
Drug.
CHGG,
PEGY.
FSM, BTDR,
AKAN,
BLDP, ASPI,
drug,
IAG, PCT,
AKAN,
Physics, CIFR, POS, TWGEXK, AGFY, NVDD, Eric, AGFY, KGFY,
AGFY,
SILJ, CDE, QUBT, SA, Yang, HITI, QBTS, Serve, VEEA, FRSH, HL, KSCP, GUWE, EC,
AKAN, AKAN, TVGN, TVGN,
EXK,
TVGN,
QUBT, MHUA, PSLV,
AKAN,
BLDP,
PEGY,
IONQ,
PEGY, PEGY,
SILJ,
AGFY,
MSOS,
PEGY,
Riley, FSM, BLDE, Wolf, Serve,
PEGY,
GEVO, DNA, EC, HITI,
PEGY,
MTEM,
PEGY,
UXIN,
PEGY,
UXIN,
MTEM,
UXIN,
TVGN,
PEGY, UXIN,
PEGY, TVGN,
Physics,
MTEM,
ZIM,
UXIN, Big Spread,
Any, BMBL, FRSH,
Drug,
MSOS,
Big Spread,
Eric,
Drug, MTEM,
JDHG, Wolf, AGI,
Drug,
KSS,
MTEM,
SILJ, VTAK,
Drug, Big Spread, VTAK, Drug,
IAG,
MTEM, Drug. Watch the spread.
VTAK, CYCC,
Drug,
BBAI, AAOI, LEU,
VTAK, JDZG, Drug,
REKR, Pixie,
TVGN.
GT, KSS. Zen.
NIBF.
PTON.
PEGY.
CHRS.
Big spread.
BLNK. NUWE.
PEGY.
SEOTL.
SLB CEO says in 2025, see potential for spending in the international market to grow to in the low to mid single digits.
Gold.
Says expect muted
JDZG.
revenue growth in the fourth quarter. That's SLB.
AGI. BBAI. ESE.
PEGY.
FSM. MHUA. POS. MSOS. ITRG.
PEGY.
Zim.
PEGY.
Serve.
PEGY.
PEGY.
PHUN.
PEGY. PEGY. PEGY.
This is how I get paid
PEGY.
a full-time income
PEGY.
working from home using Apple's new AI platform. AI is predicted to
Alright friends, today I'm going to show you how I yet again lost money in the stock market. Day trading. Today I lost
ATNF.
my hard-earned money day trading here. PEGY. Small cap stocks. Trying to be a random day trader. Today is one of those days that I simply couldn't get anything to connect. We didn't have any momentum.
ATNF.
We didn't have enough volatility. We didn't have any stocks with significant breaking news for me actually to even trade. So devastating day. Devastation.
ATNF.
Right? Devastation has struck me.
HL.
And I'm going to be doing a recap and showing you how much money I lost.
ATNF.
$200. I'm down $200 on the day. You know, and even though it doesn't even seem as much because I made $5,000 yesterday,
OKLO.
red day is a red day nonetheless. So that means that there's a lesson to be learned. And what's the lesson?
OKLO.
The lesson is that today was simply a no trade day. There was not a single stock that had breaking news, not a single stock that was up more than 50%. There was no any stock that I
JDZG.
AG.
159.
JDZG.
I could tell immediately that I bought from a hidden seller. The way I could tell that was as I looked at the level 2. So I was like, I've got the cushion, a little bit of a cushion, so I can take a little risk. So I'm in 7,500 shares, and I could tell immediately that I bought from a hidden seller. The way I could tell that was as I looked at the level 2, and it's kind of hard to give you a good example of it, but let's just say I'll just pull up I'll pull up the stock here. So let's just say, for instance, on this stock, and I'm going to switch to my my margin account just so I don't mess up my metrics here. So let's say on this stock, I'm doing 10,000 share orders. So I'm going to click it 3 times.
PEGY.
Oops, I got to move
Watch
the order
the spread.
up. All right, so I'm going to click this 3 times. So let's say that was 30,000 shares. Now, there's not 30,000 shares for sale here. So my assumption would be that if I clicked 30,000 shares, I would see, of course, the orders would be green going through the tape, and the price would probably go from 44 to 47 to 50, 55, because there would be slippage. So if I filled the full 40, 30,000 shares, whatever it is, with 0 slippage, and I'm only showing 300 shares for sale, that tells me that that is an iceberg, and there's a whole lot more orders behind it. So usually that makes me nervous and makes me want to get right out of the trade because I'm thinking there's a hidden seller here. This isn't safe. I shouldn't, I got to get out of it, right? So that's exactly what happened on NIXX. I got in and immediately realized I had bought from a hidden seller, don't know how big they are. Maybe it's just 8,000 shares and I was
Okay,
close to buying them up. Maybe
JDZG.
it's 50,000 shares and I'm not even close. I don't know. But what I did know was clearly I bought from a hidden seller. So I turned around and hit the bid at
TVGN.
40,000 share bid.
QUBT.
And on 7,000 shares, I lost $70. So 7,500 shares. So it was actually,
QUBT.
you know, it was good. It was I think that was sort of like the best thing that I could have done, was just immediately bail out. It's pretty much the breakout or bailout philosophy that if I get in something and it doesn't work right away, just jump the heck right out. Just give up on that one. So I'm pretty quick to give up, and that's what I did. Now, a little bit later in the morning, let's look at this. So very unusual level 2 pattern. What's going on here? On NIXX. There it is. So I'm going to play this for you. So this is the level 2 here. So do you see how we've got on the bid these big buyers? So on the bid, you're going to notice down here, 40,000 share buyer right there. Well, let me see if I can make this full screen. So 30,000 shares right there, 10,000. But see, it's 20,000. And then all of a sudden it's back to 30. So like you've got this big buyer, and this is the illusion that there's support. So you keep looking at this and you're like, well, this is weird, but look at the ask. So when people buy, the ask doesn't really move up, not that much. And what that tells you is that even though there's only 2,000 shares for sale, you'll see much bigger orders go through on the tape, but the ask doesn't move up. So there's this kind of interesting paradox here where you've got a big buyer holding it up, but every time people buy on the offer, there's someone that is selling shares. So, but what's even stranger is it's not a spoof. See how that stock dropped down there? So it drops down, the bids kind of get sold into, and then they come right back, 40,000 share buyer. So now the buyer's back. The thing that's so confusing is that when the stock is at that level, people are selling to that buyer. So that person is actually buying shares. But on the other hand, what it kind of felt like to me was the buyer is visible, but the seller is hidden. So you were seeing huge buyers, but the seller is keeping it a secret. And this has 27 million shares of volume at that time. Now it's even higher. So I sort of noticed this pattern. I was like, there's something about this that's not quite right. This is really weird. And I felt like, you know, I really haven't seen something quite this unusual. And so for that reason, I said I shouldn't trade it because I'm not going to feel like I can have an edge on this stock when I don't understand what's happening. You know, this is just very bizarre. So we'll fast forward a little bit because what kept happening was we would have the buyer was just sort of sitting there, and we come up to this level, which typically I would be buying this for the breakthrough the new high. And so when people were going short and then covering, look at it, 32. There's all this buying, 32 is not breaking. All of that buying and 32 is not breaking. There's a hidden seller at 32. That's a hidden seller. Now finally it breaks, it goes to 53. Right? So is it going to pull away here? Typically we would expect it to pull away. Now there's a buyer at like 38. Now it goes to 65 to 70. It starts to pull away. But once again, sellers come back in and the buyers on the bid are flashing these orders right there. Now it's at 1150. But it just got sold and then reloaded. So that's the weird thing. Someone just bought 30,000 shares of this at 1150. Now, if it was short covering, you wouldn't expect equal amounts of selling on the ask. If it was short covering that many hundreds of thousands of shares at this point, this thing would be up a whole lot more than it was. It doesn't make sense that it was short covering and then look at this dump. And this is what kept happening. All of a sudden you get this huge dump in an instant. This happened several times today. So I just said, I mean, clearly this is not a trustworthy stock. There's something weird going on. I don't know what it is, but I can't trade it. I got to just leave this thing alone completely. So, you know, after that first trade where I broke the ice and then immediately recognized there was a bizarre hidden seller, which I mean, a hidden seller by itself isn't so bizarre. It's just weird that there's a 40,000 share bid and then there's a hidden seller. And so I don't know what was going on with this stock. I really don't, but because I couldn't understand it, I decided to leave it alone. So I got that one trade on it, and then that was it. So where it looks right now is, yeah, so that ended up dropping on that candle right there, which you saw. It popped up for a second, went lower, but it had this drop here, and this one here, and this one here, and then a jackknife here. So it was just really bizarre. I don't know if anyone has thoughts on what was going on there, but that was very unusual, especially for a stock with only a 3.31 million share float. It almost seemed improbable, like the amount of sellers there were. Now, if I pull up BOOKMAP for a second, which you can get if you use thinkorswim, let's see, NIXX. What I want you to look at is in this area here. The one thing is it doesn't let you scroll, but you see these big buyers right here? So these are the big buy orders, and they're basically just pushing the stock higher. But there's actual large buy orders that are going through. So in total, it feels like there's a lot more buying than selling. I mean, look at all of those big green bubbles. Those are all large buy orders. Volume, 139,000 shares, 219,000 shares. So I really am quite perplexed about it. But those big buy orders are sort of propping it up, and then propping it back up, and then propping it up. And if we kind of zoom in here, which is a little bit hard to do, just because it doesn't let me, these were sort of those big buy orders here that were propping it up. Big buy orders here propping it up. So it just, I don't know, guys. This was some weird stuff. It's just pretty bizarre. And then look, all of those orders. See, this is the thing that's really interesting. All of these orders here were canceled at the exact same time, and then there were no orders, and then they came back, and then they were canceled at the same time. So that's also why I'm quite certain this is, one institution or algorithm or, trader who was placing and canceling these orders. But being able to cancel it simultaneously, I mean, it's a little complex, and those orders were moving around pretty quickly. So, if you look at the book right now, let's see. You can see there's a 90,000 share buyer down there, 90 down there. So that showed for a second. So you've got that buyer down there. Small sellers here. These orders aren't moving around a ton right now. They're just kind of sitting here. Sometimes when you pull up BOOKMAP on a stock like the IWM, for instance, you'll see a lot of flickering as orders are being placed, canceled in real time. So these are all of the historical orders that were placed on the level 2, and then this is showing this area would be orders that are getting placed, but these are all staying here. But what you'll notice is they kind of flicker on and off. So like an order pops up there and then goes away, pops up. The orders kind of come on the book, and then they leave. This is sort of a weird way to look at the market. Most people probably don't use it. And I really don't use this for, I don't use this in place of level 2 or in place of charts by any means. I just use it sort of as a supplemental tool. And it can be helpful to help describe what's happening in the market during these kind of weird moves. But anyways, this is the chart of high frequency trading algorithms, basically. It's a visual representation of those algos, which is kind of interesting. So something was going on really weird with NIXX. Okay, so then we had ZVSA. ZVSA hit the scanners, and immediately I'm like, familiar with the stock, I know it. So I jumped in it, but I only did a small starter. So on this one, this hit our scanner at about, was it 7:30? Let's see, what time was this? It was 7:50. News came out 7:50, which is a weird time for news. So I was a little bit caught off guard on it. But on this one, I jumped in.
So this book called 6 Figures from Scratch is designed to keep open while you trade. So it's about the astonishing science behind.
Let's see, let me look back at my orders. So look at 7:50. Okay, so on this one, it hits my scanner, and I used my hotkey to enter. I didn't even have time to type in an order in the order entry window. So I just started by buying 1,000 shares, and I got filled at 312 on this dip right here. I then added at 325 and I got filled 900 shares, and then I added at 337, but I filled only 82 shares. So I was getting only partial fills. It breaks through 350 and I'm adding at 364 and 375 and 4 because now I'm like, okay, we've got some momentum, right? We're squeezing and pulling away. We broke through 4 and up around 440, 435. There was a large seller on the level 2. It was more than 10,000 shares. So I thought, that's kind of a big seller. So I ended up taking profit at about $4, $4.05 maybe. So I took some profit on it. And on a total of 2,300 shares, I ended up making about $2,500, which is pretty good. Or maybe actually I had a little bit more than that. But I see an order here for 2,300 shares. So anyways, so took some profit on that, made $2,500. I thought that was pretty decent. But
Russia will not allow Ukraine to obtain nuclear weapons.
Mara.
JDZG.
Coney. KMI. RNA.
Drug. Watch the spread.
AIFF. Alt.
Drug. Big spread.
Zim.
Drug. Big spread. ZK.
Putin said nuclear weapons in the Ukraine would be
JDZG.
difficult to conceal.
TVGN.
USAU. NRGV.
NRGV. VTAK.
IOVA. QYLD. MTA.
VTAK.
Zone.
TVGN. VTAK. VTAK. VTAK.
Any.
VTAK.
AIFF. Alt.
SLB says free cash flow in 2025 will be higher than in 2024 on own operations and closing up Champion X Steel. That's SLB.
Zone.
Sandy Lima Bravo.
AIFF. Zone. AIFF. AIFF. KDLY.
TVGN. TVGN.
Brea.
PEGY.
IOVA. CMTL.
PEGY.
WCT. AIFF.
TVGN.
AIFF. AIFF. TVGN.
TVGN.
RWM. IAG. Wolf.
KDLY.
KDLY.
KDLY. KDLY. KDLY.
CMTL. KDLY. KDLY.
TVGN.
USAU,
TVGN,
IOVA, TWM,
KDLY,
drug,
big spread, drug,
WCT,
watch the spread, drug,
CRDF,
big spread, drug, big spread,
drug,
watch the spread, drug,
MQ, AIFF, IAG,
AIFF, AIFF, AIFF,
AIFF, AIFF, RWM, PEGY,
TVGN,
PTON,
TVGN, TVGN,
ANY,
TVGN,
BREA, TPIC, AAM,
TVGN,
WCT,
PEGY,
TIVN, MTA,
TVGN,
JBLU, IOVA,
PEGY, TVGN,
ULCC,
BREA, VTAK, ATNF,
VTAK,
TVGN,
CDLX, IIVI, TVGN,
TVGN,
NN,
North-Northeast,
MTA,
HEPS,
ULCC, CRDF, PTON,
TVGN, NN,
HITI,
PEGY, TVGN, TVGN, AKAN, PEGY,
JBLU,
ADTX,
JFIN, Giant Group, moving to the highs on light volume, Juliet Foxtrot, Indian November.
ATNF, ADTX, ATNF,
back down. So now I'm kind of watching it here and I'm like, I don't know, guys, this doesn't look so
JDZG,
good. You know, it's coming back down.
ATNF,
And this did have a headline.
QBTS,
Now, the headline was a letter from the CEO. So issues later to shareholders. But of course, that's what worked well
ATNF.
yesterday and some other days. So I still kind of
JDZG.
thought that was okay. But after that rejection, I was like, you know what? All right,
ATNF.
even with news,
CDLX,
I better be
MHUA.
careful. You know, I'm probably going to have to wait for the first like established
TVGN.
pullback before jumping in because I don't
TVGN.
want to get wrecked. You know, so at that point, I was only up. Let's see.
CLPT.
Well, I was up
TVGN.
2,500 on ZVSA.
CRDF.
I was still green 1,000 on staff at that point.
TVGN.
So I was up about 3,500 on the day. And, you know, I mean, look, that's not bad. I mean, it's not a bad day, but compared to
Selling.
yesterday, it's nothing crazy. So then all of a sudden, PEGY starts hitting the scanners.
TVGN.
Ding, 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 ding. It's hitting my scanners as it squeezes up right here. And I see it hitting 6, 657, 758, 859. And I'm like,
JDZG.
holy smokes. What is going on here? 8 a.m., they announce acquisition of TurboScale. I don't know, you know, this is the headline. So I'm like, okay, boom, that's the headline. And immediately I'm pulling up the chart and pulling up the level 2. And I'm trying to ask myself, did I miss it or can I jump in? Did I, you know, am I going to be able to manage my risk on this?
ULCC.
So on this one,
WW.
it squeezes right here from 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10,
WW.
which was really quick. That was a fast move. Then it
CKPT.
dips down right here, and I bought this dip at,
Eller.
let's
Drug.
see. I got
Big spread.
filled, what was the low of this
WW.
candle? Let's see, the low of that candle was 11.33. So
Putin
I
said
had, my first trade was actually the break of
Russian
11.
army's becoming one of the
It
most
was right
capable.
here.
We already should
That was
fight,
my
and we
first
will
trade.
TVGN.
Bought 1,500 shares at 1081, added at 1083, and then added as we broke through 11. We go up to 12, we go up to 13, we go up to $14 a share. So boom. I mean, that's kind of wild. $3 a share in 10 seconds.
Watch the spread.
It goes from 11 to 14.
TVGN.
It dips down. I'm buying the dip right here, and it rips up to
CLPT.
15 to 16 and to $17 a share. So basically within 30, 40
NIVF.
seconds or at least a couple minutes,
TPIC.
I'm up over $10,000 on the stock. Next thing you know, I'm up 15, I'm up 18, I'm up.
Step into options education with confidence. At the Options Industry Council, we want you
$19,000.
NIVF.
And I just, what I did was I kept
AGYLN.
buying these dips, and then it would bounce up $1 a share. So with
IOVA.
4,000 shares, boom,
Riley.
4,000 bucks. Another dip, 4,000 bucks. Another dip. So now some of them I lost on, but I had a lot of them that were really
PEGY.
good, and I just kept hitting those dips. Then as it
HMST.
breaks through 1520 right here,
PEGY.
I add a little high. I kind of chase this move. Jess got a really nice entry down here. That was perfect, and I wish I had gotten it. But anyways, chase this a little bit, made a little bit of money on
Ukraine
that.
President
It pulls
Chief of
back. I
Staff
buy the dip
said
off
not
of the
Ukraine not
previous
thinking
support
about
level. It pushes a
developing
little
nuclear
higher,
arms,
ends
we
up
will refuse
grinding
it.
here up to a high of 1945, and then
JBLU.
it kind of starts to
SMR.
you know, kind of starts to feel like it's rolling over. And I noticed
MSOS.
on the 1 minute, the MACD was starting to curl against the trade. So right here at this point, I was like, all right, MACD is crossing. I'm going to stop for a minute. Let's just hold tight. And I was sitting at about $26,000 of profit. I think I hit like 25, and then I dipped down to
KDLY.
22, and then I was back to 28, and then I was back to 27. So I was like right around that area.
LYFT, Lyft getting a pop here.
And
The
then
October
I
14
took this
false
trade right
trading,
here for the break of
Yankee.
VWAP. Getting
VTAK.
in
Right,
as it
Tango,
broke through VWAP right
LYFT.
there, and that was a $10,000 winner, and that put me from
VTAK.
27,000 to 37,000 on the day.
PTOM.
Now, some traders were
popping
asking
here.
us, why did how did you
to
avoid
a
getting
high
caught in
of
that candle?
$13.87.
So you could say to 37,000 on the day. Now, some traders were asking Ross, why didn't? Then it kind of starts to, you know, feel like it's rolling over. And I noticed on the 1 minute, the MACD was starting to curl against the trade. So right here at this point, I was like, all right, MACD is crossing. I'm going to stop for a minute. Let's just hold tight. And I was sitting at about $26,000 of profit. I think I hit like 25, and then I dipped down to 22, and then I was back to 28, and then I was back to 27. So I was like right around that area. And then I took this trade right here for the break of VWAP, getting in as it broke through VWAP right there. And that was a $10,000 winner. And that put me from 27,000 to 37,000 on the day. Now, some traders were asking Ross, how did you avoid getting caught in that candle? So you could say it was luck. But what happened there was, so I got back in as we broke VWAP right here, which was really clean. That was impressive because we, again, like, go from $16 to $18 a share. It's 2 points instantly. It pulls back here, and I was still holding a small position, and I was looking to add, and I was watching to see it hold 17. And when it broke 17, I was like, see, I don't know if I like that. And then all of a sudden it rips back up, and I was like, I don't think I want to chase it. So if I had bought the dip down there, you know, then I probably would have actually maybe been in this. But anyways, I didn't, because I didn't like that it broke the support level of 17. It flushes down, then it comes up, and then it knifes back down. And after that, I was like, well, I think that might be the end. So I didn't, you know, at that point, I was like, I think that's it, guys. So it ends up coming back down to 13. And then at the open, it halts down twice. It bounces back up here. But for right now, I'm kind of like, I've done well enough. I just don't need to push it. So, you know, and I did give back a little profit at the open on staff. So yeah, as I sit here right now, $35,000 on the day, and setting myself up here to cross this $1 million milestone for the year, which is a real victory. There's no question about that. I set that as my goal kind of in August, that, you know, at that point I was like, I kind of would like to see if I can break $1 million on the year. I think it could happen if I can average. I think at that point I was at like 700 on the year. So I thought, well, you know, if I can do 100,000 a month, 80,000 a month, it's within reach. And, you know, if we look at my, this is my year to date right now. We look at the calendar overview here. So, you know, I had a great month this is October right now. So I had a great month in July, a really nice month in August. And I kind of thought, if I can just keep even just 100,000 a month, I'll be over $1 million. Now, September came up a little short, right? Not bad, but a little short. And then October was coming up a little bit short. You know, I was kind of like, all right, this is sort of, we're just grinding here. I was only up like $40,000 on the month, which again, I'm not to say that's not nothing, but was up about 30,000 on the month from week 1 and week 2. And then I had 14,000 on Monday and 10,000 on Tuesday. So, you know, that put me up, I guess, about 50,000 on the month. And then all of a sudden, boom, $103,000 yesterday. Holy smokes. And now another 35,000 today. So now I'm sitting at, you know, I'm sitting in a pretty nice spot here, 190,000 on the month of October. And I don't really expect I'm going to break August or July's $230,000 total. But on the other hand, I would only need one more day like today to be darn close. So, you know, and then when we look at the calendar and realize, geez, you know, we still have here for October a bit like 2 weeks left. I mean, not quite, but we have all of next week. We have tomorrow, Friday, all of next week, and then 4 days the following week. So, you know, we're in pretty good shape here. This spark of momentum, which, you know, kind of, you know, we got a little bit last week from some of the Chinese stocks, and then, you know, that move on drug really sent things pretty crazy. But I will say, you know, yesterday was the peak day. I suppose drug could have been my peak day had I been willing to trade it during regular trading hours, but I don't honestly know if it would have been. I'm not sure. But in any case, you know, drug might have been the best day, and then yesterday might have been a slightly smaller day, but still really good. Today's a slightly smaller day than yesterday. So maybe kind of, you know, things are cooling off a little bit, and then tomorrow's Friday. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what you guys get for afternoon momentum, after hours news, if any. And then I'll just be sitting down tomorrow morning looking at the scans and seeing if there's anything that looks good. So again, we'll remind you guys to join me tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, for my Intro to Day Trading course, which I'll be teaching in a live broadcast. Bring your questions. We'll do Q&A at the end. And I think you guys will really enjoy it. So that's coming up tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, after I finish morning trading. That's when we'll have that class. So I hope to see you guys there. And I'll remind you, as always, trading is risky. My results aren't typical, and there's no guarantee you'll find the same success as me. I've been doing this for a very long time. So please take it slow and always practice in a simulator before you put real money on the line. I'll see you guys back at it first thing tomorrow morning.
You want us to get filthy rich. I'm like blown away.
This is the worst feeling ever when you go from your daily goal to max loss. It's arguably one of the worst things that can happen to you as a trader, whether it is stocks, crypto, forex, whatever the fuck you trade. Going from daily goal, not walking away because you're greedy and you want more, and then taking a few trades, losing it all, but on top of that going and hitting your max loss. It's a disgusting feeling, and this is how I feel right now, which is why I have to stop the bleeding right here, right now, because with the click of a few buttons, I can make it way fucking worse. And trust me, all the self-sabotaging thoughts that are going through my mind are telling me to do some insane things. Revenge trade. I mean, I've been revenge trading for the past 40 minutes. They're telling me to, go all in on the next dip. My world is falling apart in my head, at least. So I have to walk away. As you can see, I am down $2,289. And you're thinking, well, that's not that bad, right? Why are you crying so much? The reality is that I was up almost 3 grand at one point. And this is essentially a $5,000 swing. I've taken like $5,000 or $6,000 losses just in the past hour, and it's been just discouraging and brutal and all the above. So today the ticker we had on play was staff. This was a very manipulated stock. It definitely feels like market makers are understanding how retail traders are moving, and they are just simply wrecking both long bias traders and short sellers with these crazy wicks. Is this even the one? Yeah, no, it's not even this one. Airy is the one that's been manipulated all morning with this insane wicks. Look at this. Look at this shit. It was just the most insane ride. And if you are red on this, there's nothing to be ashamed about. This was one of the worst price actions I've ever seen. Bottoming wicks, stopping wicks were appearing out of nowhere, even in the level 2 where the price didn't show it. We were just breaking out of nowhere, but the bid wasn't going anywhere. The bids were dropping at all times. This thing would be showing lows of a price that we'd never touched. It would just come reversing so hard after every single pop. It was just a ridiculous stock. But nonetheless, where there's volatility, there's obviously opportunity. And I don't know, I guess if you were lining up these dips, here's an obvious pattern, right? Every single retarded dip is being followed by a retarded breakout that is being followed by a retarded false breakout that is being followed by another retarded dip, and then the cycle repeats. If you were able to cut on that fairly early on, then I guess there was money to be made. I think we have a few mentors, Beam and Tim and some other students like Lucas. There's people green on the stock, which is, again, the stock was very volatile. And where there's volatility, there's opportunity, But for me, this price action just completely threw me off. And I was just late on every single dip, and I was late on every single breakout. But nonetheless, I was able to get myself up like 1,800 on the ticker at one point. But then I would just give it all back, and then another big loss, and then another big win. Let's say something like this: big win, big loss, big win, big loss. And it was just eating away at my mental capital. It was just eating away at my fuse before getting enraged, which is how I feel right now. It was just eating away. Just a small slap in the face constantly. Pa, 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 pa. To the point that there's not an individual loss that triggered me to revenge trade, but the fact that I went from green to red. The loss was like any other loss I've taken all day, and I was like, man, fuck this thing. Another thing that pissed me the fuck off was not making money yet again on another dip and rip setup, on another halted stock setup. This killed me here. Stock was halted up, it resumed, I got wrecked. But then it wasn't completely my fault. I've been also trading with bigger share size in the past few weeks, and I've been definitely suffering from slippage, especially when we have many stocks moving and not just one that is the one that everybody's trading, hence providing huge liquidity. There have been some trades here that I've anticipated almost perfectly, but because my position is too humongous, when I'm trying to sell, I'm getting filled for losses. So an example of what I'm trying to say here is, imagine this stock. Let's say I was going for this higher day breakout. Higher day was 758. So let's say I started buying at 742, 47, and 49, anticipating the breakout through 750, that then most likely would have pushed us through high of day, which was 758, which would have created a breakout all the way up to 278 or whatever, 260 or 265. So I would anticipate the breakout, I would add into a winning trade, and then as we break through 750, 758, 760s, I would start to sell. Me sending orders on the ask and not getting filled, that's my bad. But me sending market orders and then getting filled like somewhere here, that was so upsetting. So let's say these green candles are my buys. Fucking hell. Let's say the green candles were my buys. So I was buying as we were surging up. And then, ideally, this is how my exit will look like. Selling on the other side for profit and profit. But this is how it looked. For way too many trades. I would buy, I would add, I would get the breakout, I would hit the sell button somewhere here. Obviously, a few shares might have gotten filled here, but then the big bulk of the shares were getting filled at break even or at a loss. So it's like in my winning trades, I was getting screwed. And then in my losing trades, I was losing all. So that was like another triggering point for me. And then what else happened? I was trying to sell the ask, as I always do. I wasn't getting filled on many trades today. That was other winning trades that I was fucking butching. Then these false breakouts. And then on this retracement, I got fucking railed. I just thought we were going to see another pullback here. In fact, this is my biggest loser on the day. I was buying, buying, buying. As we were turning, looking for the breakthrough 9. We tapped that at 9, and then we just rejected off that. So that was a huge loss. I think on this trade is when I went from green to red on the stock. So I went from up 2,000 to red like 100. And then on this retracement, I was obviously emotionally hijacked. I had just taken a huge loss. And I just started to revenge trade my way down and catching every single red candle you can see there. Putting me down $2,300 on the day and on that ticker at the time. I was, you know, when I was done, I was down like almost $3,500. But then, and I was done. I was like, that was it. I was so emotionally hijacked, like
VTAK,
PEGY,
PEGY,
BIVI, OKLO,
STEC, PEGY,
NRGD,
BIVI.
SMR.
What's up, everyone? Jay here. We're going to talk about the state of affairs right now when it comes to computer stuff. I don't really do hardware news videos, so it's not really a news video because of the fact that this has already been talked about and discussed. I just wanted to kind of give you my 2 cents, no pun intended, about some of the things that's happening right now in the PC industry that's actually quite bad. It's therapeutic for me to just
MTEM
on you guys the things that are in my head. Okay,
Gold.
it's a scary place. I know, my head, not the state of affairs, although that's scary too. Okay, whatever, just roll the ad.
We interrupt this video to bring you a special message from iFixit. No, we interrupt this interruption with this interruption about new stuff from iFixit. Wish you had a new graphics card, but inventory sucks. Fix the inventory problems with iFixit. Whoa, don't drop it. Can't fix that with iFixit. Just kidding, yes you can. Wish you could take iFixit with you anywhere, but your pockets aren't big enough? Introducing the new More and the new Minnow. Take them with you anywhere. So what are you waiting for? Click the link in the description below for discounts and savings and explosions. More explosions. Even more explosions. Why are you still here? Click the description now.
All right, so we're going to talk about this in a couple of different pain points here. Let's start currently with the AMD deciding that they're not going to try and compete with high-end on GPUs. Now, sure, the high-end market, first of all, let's kind of define high-end. I think everyone's opinion of high-end is a little different. I've seen people even say RTX 4060 is high-end. It's like, but there's nothing below that of the current generation. So where do you define end, right? So we have to stick within a current generation of product. So I would say something like a 4070 Ti and above would be considered high-end, because you're approaching what, $700 a graphics card at that point, which used to be the highest end graphics card. So as you can see, over the last 10 years, we have seen the nominal price of what the highest graphics card costs double, which is well beyond the rate of inflation. Okay, in the last 10 years, things have not doubled in cost. They've gotten close, but GPUs have for sure gone way above the normal inflation rate, mostly because it's a commodity. And for most people, they don't need an RTX 4090 or 4080 or anything like that because of the fact that they are commodities. You can get by with a lower end graphics card, it's just you want more power. And AMD knows that. They know that the main majority of people buying graphics cards are shopping in that 4060, maybe 4070 price point, not 4080, 4090, which is $1,000 and $1,600 respectively. So I have to assume there's a couple of reasons why this is. One, the 7900 XTX is now 2 years old. We were hoping something might have come out between then and now to truly give the RTX 4090 a run for its money, because competition is what drives price drop. You can't have price battles in the consumer favor happen if there's no competition happening. You get one brand, which in this instance is NVIDIA, that gets to just control the market and set the price where there is no competition. So that's why there's such a big gap between the 4080 Super and the 4090. Because remember, when the 4080 came out prior to the Super, the 7900 XTX was like outpacing it slightly in some tests, and then you turn on RT and then the 4080 would pass it because of the 3rd gen RT cores that you find in the NVIDIA card versus 2nd gen RT cores found in the AMD card. So once the 4080 Super came out at $200 less than the 4080, so $1,000, you're now talking about 7900 XTX cards that are more expensive at that time than the 4080 and slower in a lot of tasks and didn't have things like DLSS. Sure, it had FSR 2.0, but we know that's not as good as DLSS in terms of its sharpness and fidelity. So it became a point to where if you look at the market share for NVIDIA versus AMD, NVIDIA has like 87% of the market share. That is all cards, not just the high end. If we looked at the high end cards, if we were able to basically deduce that information or deduct it down to just, let's say, 4080 and up and 7900 XT and XTX and up, I think that number would be even higher in NVIDIA's favor. So that doesn't give NVIDIA any incentive to reduce costs. I mean, as gamers, sure, we all want 4090 performance at the cost of a taco, Okay, it's never going to happen because it costs money to make that. Now, does it cost $1,600? Absolutely not. But when there's no competition, by saying no competition, I don't even mean the fact that there's nothing that exists there for 4090, sure, but even 4080, if you are dominating the market share, what incentive do you have to reduce price? Because of the fact that you are just controlling the sales. So that is the terrible state of affairs for PC. Number one is we need competition. I do think it's going to get even worse because we know 50 series is around the corner. We know that. Initial rumors and even some off-the-record conversations I've had has said Q4 of this year. Now we're still in that. Is it getting pushed back to Q1 of next year, which seems very, very plausible? Because again, what reason do you have to rush the launch of a 50 series card if you are still selling 40 series cards hand over fist? We had the same conversation when 30 series was the newest, or not the newest, but the current gen and 40 series coming, right? We had this same conversation 2 years ago, exactly word for word. The difference is we don't have scalping happening right now. We had 30 series cards that were still selling for nearly double the price of what their MSRP
shares will hold it at
$57.72,
57.72, waiting for that to resume now.
So the different factor now is the fact that we don't have scalpers that are inflating cost, which would mean getting 40 series out as fast as possible to have more cards in the market to try and control pricing and bring it back down to normal. But what did we report on 2 years ago that we knew
ATNF halted on a circuit breaker, Alpha Tango November
It was the slow disappearance of current models. Some of the latest news has stated that October is the month that e-tailers, retailers, board partners will no longer be receiving 4080, 4090 dies because of preparation for the new card. So at some point you have to flip it to the new thing, right? And TSMC is the manufacturer for NVIDIA graphics cards. So at some point, TSMC has to change the tooling over to the new thing. There will probably is some overlap. They've probably already been manufacturing 50 series for a little while, but at some point, you've got to turn all production over to the new thing. So I think that's already been happening, and the reason for that is if I start looking at RTX 4080 cards on, say, Micro Center, Amazon, Newegg, even Best Buy, they're plentiful. You can find 4080s or 4080 Supers all day long. If you look for 4090s, it becomes very slim. Just a few months ago, if I looked for RTX 4090 at even say Micro Center, I would find 5 or 6 SKUs that say 25 or more in stock at Tustin, California, which is our local Micro Center store. If I look at Micro Center today at the Tustin store, there are
AQST, CRBS,
are 2 SKUs available. One of them, which is a PNY, Verdo Epic X, has 1 in stock, and that's close to an MSRP card. It's $17.89, so it's still above MSRP. The Founders is $15.99. And you have 11 of the Gigabyte NVIDIA GeForce Gaming RGB Overclock Triple Fan, which is kind of like their basic card. That's at $17.99. Nothing else available, period, at Micro Center. We're not, I did this about, I think it was June or July. And I'm not kidding, there were 5 or 6 different versions, including Strix, Tough, MSI Aero, MSI Gaming X Trio, all of those cards with 25 or more in stock, like 25 plus. I was like, dude, that's crazy. Because in my mind, I was like, people aren't buying this. That's awesome because $2,200 graphics cards, even $1,600 graphics cards are asinine. As far as I'm concerned. Like, the price is ridiculous. But seeing them be less now available tells me they're not receiving inventory nearly as much. And this is true for any of the Micro Center stores. Let's look at Newegg. So that same Gigabyte GeForce RTX 4090 is $2,199 at NVIDIA, or not NVIDIA, but Newegg. And I do believe that's because it is a market trading. So there's other options that are available from $18.49 up to $29.99. Somebody please tell the scalpers that y'all missed the boat by like a year and a half, 2 years maybe. You're not going to get $3,000 for a 4090. I mean, you're fucking stupid. Okay, so Newegg has stuff, but again, they're extremely overpriced because it's third-party marketplace. So we even have the Strix 4090 White Edition for $2,500. Yeah, because paying nearly $1,000 over the cost of a base 4090 or an MSRP 4090 for it to be white and have an Asus logo on it, that makes a whole lot of sense. If I look at Amazon, it's sort of the same story. There are some available, but not nearly as many as the other SKUs. It's a sign that things are starting to prepare for the next generation. So that's a good thing in the sense that right now, probably a good idea to go into a holding pattern and not necessarily buy a 4090 if you were in the market for something that high end.
QBTS.
So you're gonna feel real silly if the new
BS.
5080 ends up being faster than a 4090 at a cheaper
GEVO.
price, theoretically. But that's what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned, is it gonna be a cheaper price? Or are we going to be seeing $1,250 or $1,299 5080s because, again, they now know
PEGY.
AMD is not planning on competing
PEGY.
at that price point. This is basically a repeat of RDNA 1, the 5000 series graphics cards. Remember, the 5700 XT was the highest GPU they made for that generation. Because it was so expensive to manufacture their first RT gen. So it's like when 20 series came out for NVIDIA. That was the first time we saw a $1,200 80 series card, and it's sort of stuck ever since. Because according to NVIDIA, it was very expensive to manufacture the RT technology. I don't think that's the case today. I think they've just groomed everyone to accept having money just excavated out of their wallets, and people will buy it as the market share shows. But AMD
JDZG.
at this point is, I think, trying to target all of their fab processes now to be in the main buying sphere, if you will, of where buyers tend to shop, and that is that mid-range card. So we're talking like $500, $600
JDZG.
card at the most. Again, crazy that that's considered a mid-range card, considering that's what high-end used to be.
PEGY.
So, a long-winded
PEGY.
way of saying bad for the community, bad for the industry, when someone announces, hey, we're not going to be doing that. It's important that they announce that because
JDZG.
I still see people...
ATNF resuming trade now,
Bless
Alpha
their
Tango
hearts,
November
we love 'em to
Foxtrot.
death. If y'all know REAP, then you know what I'm saying. Inside joke there. But moving on, there's a lot of people that still want to say, yeah, but
Shares
the next
hitting
AMD high-end graphics card is
$7.20 at
going
the
to
high,
destroy
ATNF.
NVIDIA. We've heard this every gen since ATI was still the
VTAK.
brand holder of Radeon graphics cards. The last time AMD truly handed or even just marginally beat an NVIDIA graphics card was the 7950 versus the 680. That's like 2011.
ABVX.
So
JDZG.
AMD now announcing that they're not going to be
IVZ.
competing for high-end market
ATI.
at all, pulling out of it entirely, at least with the next
ATNF.
generation 8000 series of
ATNF.
RDNA 3 graphics cards,
OST.
or 4 graphics cards, excuse me, is letting those people know, stop saying that, because it's not coming.
SOBR.
Which unfortunately
Big
gives
spread.
NVIDIA a lot of
USAU.
lead time to just decide how they want to now.
VTAK.
Yes. Enough about that topic. Let's move on to the next one. 9000 series
CLPT.
CPUs from AMD.
MHUA.
Apparently
SOBR.
has had such a poor adoption rate that the last time we saw
ATNF.
this abysmal of a launch from AMD in terms of sales
ATNF.
was when Bulldozer.
ATNF.
ATNF.
We all know how Bulldozer.
ATNF.
Bulldozer, the
AQST.
jokes were constant. They
ATNF.
bulldozed their
ATNF.
reputation. They
ATNF.
bulldozed their performance right into
ATNF.
the ground. It was
ATNF.
a
ATNF.
Yeah, I had one. I had an 8120 or 8320 and an 8350.
ATNF
They were
$7.77.
trash.
ATNF.
Got the job done, but
Alpha
it only
Tango November
appealed to those
Foxtrot
that
continues
absolutely
to
spike
refused
here.
to buy Intel. Guess what's repeating itself? It's so ironic because we have 9000 series, which was just a
ATNF.
Borderlands movie of a
MHUA.
flop of a graphics of a chip. We also have the
ATNF.
lowest amount of trust in Intel that
ATNF.
we've probably ever seen. It's the
ATNF.
reason why if you had invested
ATNF.
like $1,000 in Intel back in like 1995 or whatever it was, you'd still have $1,000 in Intel today because that's how much the stock has tanked. We also have obviously Arrow Lake right around the corner, which is probably going to
MHUA.
also have an extremely low adoption rate
MHUA.
because unfortunately, Intel has completely destroyed its reputation ahead of one of its most anticipated launches
MHUA.
because of a redesign in the way the architecture is. Bad for business, bad for the industry.
MHUA.
So you can see where I'm going with this right now, that PC tech is in an absolute
DESP.
disrepair state of affairs. How do we
Lower.
repair this? Well, for starters,
STSS.
AMD,
OST.
we'll start with AMD. They're not going to be joining the
ATNF,
high-end market. with
correction,
8000 series. We've already
DRUG,
made
Bright
that
Minds
known.
shares have been halted
Hopefully they
for
can
about
do
15
something
minutes
to
now
rejoin that market
at
in the future. But we're looking at 4
57.72.
years now because we're probably going to have at least a
JDZG.
2-year cycle of the next card. And then it's going to take time after that, if they come out with a high-end card, for any sort of market share shift to happen. That'll take a few years. So we're looking at 4 years before we ever see any sort of dynamic shift when it comes to market share. They can also stop
JDZG.
overselling their products.
Save.
By overselling, I mean overhyping. This is something that AMD is
KLTL.
unfortunately notorious for. They are notorious for just overhyping
ULCC.
the out of their stuff.
VTAK.
First indicator should have been when the initial 9000 series were sent out to SIs
VTAK.
and like other engineer testers and stuff, and they got pulled back because of a quality issue. Anyone I've talked to so far that says it's complete bullshit that it was just because of a typo on the IHS, I think we know now why performance or whatever wasn't living up to the standard. It is the least amount of improvement we have seen from a Zen architecture process change. Zen 1 was so far ahead of Bulldozer, obviously, as we know. Zen 1.5 was a huge improvement over Zen 1, but still the same architecture. It was like improvements in like the Infinity Fabric and memory speeds and stuff like that, which was huge. Zen 2, which was the 3000 series CPUs, today, still a very it's still a very appealing chip for people that are not looking to spend a lot of money, but it performs very well. Zen 3, which was 5000
DRUG
series, probably
open
the
now.
best jump we ever saw in terms of
$69 the
IPC,
high.
clock speeds,
Now it's
not so much efficiency.
62.10.
They were kind of warm. But in terms of just overall performance and hanging with Intel's 12th gen at the time, was amazing. Like that 5950X today is still like a monster.
6210 on the way down. DRUG.
Zen 4, which is currently
Bolted on a
7000
circuit breaker.
series, again, probably the biggest jump we've seen generationally from the past, but more cost associated with it. New chipset, DDR5 is a requirement. The chipset motherboards that are required had a higher cost associated with them because they were all first gen of a new process. So there was it was a big jump, but also so was the cost associated with it. And then for them to say Zen 5, when you have this history of these huge jumps in performance, for it to be like single digit at best in some tests was like a huge flop because the amount of marketing that they put into it was saying that this was going to be just like revolutionary for AMD. Yes, they made huge improvements in efficiency. You're talking to gamers here. The huge majority of gamers are not going to care that they are getting 9% more performance at 60% of the power. Gamers don't give a crap, I promise you. And that's who they were marketing to. So yes, they have their place and they made their improvements, which is fine. But at the end of the day, it was oversold in terms of the promises that people were expecting.
JDZG.
So now we'll talk about Intel. With the market just completely dominated
ATNF.
for the most part by Intel CPUs still to this day, a huge hit to trust.
AKAN.
And that is the #1 way to kill your brand, especially amongst PC gamers and enthusiasts, is breaking trust. So I can promise you right now, there's a lot of people that may have been interested in Arrow Lake that are not going to go out and buy Arrow Lake. And here's the other problem. Even as reviewers, we have new things to consider and look at when we're testing these CPUs. But if Intel isn't forthcoming and honest and open and fully transparent about what are the acceptable frequency ranges, what are the acceptable voltage ranges, what is the acceptable amount of leeway motherboard manufacturers have, we have no way of knowing if something is performing out of spec. Because here's the problem. I put out 3 or 4 videos talking about motherboards taking too much control over the CPU and they're going to cause problems. And here's the thing, I didn't get a whole lot of credit for this. I don't really care, that's fine. But I blew the whistle like 4 times saying this is a problem. Going all the way back to like 2022. This is a problem. These motherboard settings are frying CPUs. They must be addressed. I pointed it out over and over and over. And I leaned on ASUS over and over and over. And ASUS every time wrote me saying I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I feel a little vindicated, but I'm also a little saddened over the fact that that there was just an unwilling discussion to take place about whether or not motherboard manufacturers were truly pushing these chips too far. Guess what exists now in every single motherboard in the market for Intel's 13th and 14th gen and 12th gen? Intel failsafe limits that actually failsafe. Something I called out years ago, but it basically got called stupid because I was told it's not going to do anything more than the CPU wants. Bullshit. Then why the hell were your 65-watt parts pulling over 200? Moving on, trust is broken, not just with the CPU manufacturers, but the motherboard manufacturers too. So my point is, how do we know if Arrow Lake isn't going to show up 2 years down the road with having the same kind of problems? Well, we have to hope Intel and the board partners have learned from not this mistake, but this just blatant fuck up. This isn't a mistake because it was brought to attention for years, not just by me, but other content creators were also saying this must be looked at. I called out my own CPU getting up to nearly 1.6 volts without me touching anything. So, if Intel and the board partners
VTAK.
have truly learned from this mistake, have they learned fast enough? Because Arrow Lake was definitely already developed and being manufactured while all this was going on. And I'm shocked to even think about the fact that Arrow Lake is potentially launching sooner than it was supposed to, because the laptops for Arrow Lake have already been announced and talked about and all that sort of stuff, so we know desktops are right behind it. We might now be reporting in a couple months on Intel's biggest bomb of a launch of its history. So that's the current state of affairs when it comes to PC.
ATNF.
It sucks because I love
ATNF.
what I do. I love this genre. I love computer tech. I spend more time tinkering on computers and overclocking and tweaking settings than playing any game, because that's my game. But what do you do when when the overlords of the genre
PEGY
are just screwing up on every turn? You don't buy it, and that's what a lot of you are doing. But at some point, you have to, if you're going to continue having a computer passion. At some point, you're going to have to upgrade. If you're like, I'm not buying anything. Well, whatever you have now is not going to last
Watch the
forever.
spread.
So what are you going to do then?
CMND.
And that's the conundrum that we're all in. So food for thought. I would love it if you guys would comment down below how you feel about each one of these points. So the three main points I talked about is that AMD is not going to be trying to compete against NVIDIA in the high-end arena for graphics cards, which sets a precedent for NVIDIA to just stranglehold pricing. Two, and what I really hope happens is that AMD can just flood the mid-range cards and truly be competitive at that price point, to where NVIDIA has no choice but to also compete with price. Two, the AMD CPU dud of a launch for 9000 series. And three, Arrow Lake launching at Intel's absolute worst reputation and stock value
Big
in
spread.
recent history. And by recent history, I mean like the last 3 decades.
PLG.
It is here. 1 gig unlimited. Switch to
Drug.
Extreme and get 1
Watch
gig
the spread.
unlimited and
Drug.
lock in a low price for
Watch
a
the
year.
spread.
Oh yeah. Hook up your home with whole home Wi-Fi. Unbeatable reliability.
TVGN.
And unlimited data to game,
VTAK.
stream, and more.
AEBA.
New 1 gig unlimited. Switch today and get 1 gig unlimited for $59.99 a month for 1 year. Call 844-EXTREME2.
HITI.
Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 16 Pro, a new iPad, and Apple One, all on us.
Watch the spread. JDZG.
PYXS. STSS RGTI.
JDZG. VTAK.
PLG.
VTAK.
DRUG shares resume trading.
Watch the spread.
Now at 64.74. DRUG.
VTAK. Big spread.
Shares of Amazon topping here, 188.21 now for like until November.
Watch the spread. SOVR. Watch the spread. Drug. VTAK. JDZG. ATNF.
SA.
ATNF. ATNF. TVGN. Drug. Watch the spread. Rob. TVGN.
Rob.
Rob. HTCR. VTS. HTCR. ATNF. Rob. ATNF. ATNF. Rob. TVGN. North Northeast. Rob.
Getting up on your light volume, GROV.
TVG1. AKAN. Rob. Rob. TVG1. Drug. Watch the spread. SLRX. SLRX. Drug. Watch the spread. Drug. Big spread. Drug. Watch the spread. North Northeast. ATNF. Rob. ATNF. ATNF.